Right. So Faith, um, over here we said that 5h squared is 5 by h, and this is just 12 by h by g. You notice that both of them have one h in common. So we're actually going to pull out that h. If I pull out the
Yeah.
h from 5h squared, then that'll just be 5h on the inside, right? If I pull out the h from 12h, what am I going to write
Yeah.
inside?
Write 12G.
Right? Minus 12g. You understand this?
Yeah.
And Faith, if you expanded this back out, what are you supposed to get?
You're supposed to get 5H squared
Mhm.
minus 12HG.
Yes. Awesome. Right. Faith, onto this one now. So this is a quadratic, right? You see any x squared, then the x, then the number. So tell me, what is A, B, and C?
Mhm.
One time. What is A, B, and C?
A is 2,
Right? Be careful,
B
because
is 1.
B is not one. Be very careful. Very, very careful. It's minus x. So you're not seeing the number in front of the x, but it's one. So it'll be minus one. All right?
Okay.
Minus
Minus 1. And 6 is minus 6.
and C is minus 6. You said 6 is equal to C, right? But
C
yeah,
is minus 6 here.
you have the correct idea. So A, B, and C. Now, the number in front of x squared is not 1. So you'll have to use the AC method. So you're going to multiply A by C. If you multiply A by C, what are you going to get? What is 2 by minus 6? 2 times
Minus 12.
exactly minus 12. Now, how could you multiply to get minus 12, but add to get the number in the middle, which is minus 1? So someone feet. What was some ways I
Mm,
can multiply to get 12? So you're putting
the
it into number.
factors of 12 are 2, 3,
Mhm.
4, and 6.
So how are some ways I can multiply to get
So
12? And the difference would be 1. Summer, what two numbers? Just give me some suggestions, right? What by what is 12? Give me some numbers. What by what is 12? Give me two numbers.
2, 3,
No, no, just like two
4,
numbers. Two numbers, like don't call out all the factors. Like, you get an example, right? 1 by 12 is 12. Cool. 2 by 6 is 12. That
minus
kind of thing.
4, and 3.
Yeah, minus 4 and 3. Because minus 4 by 3 is minus 12. And if you add minus 4 and 3, what are you going to get?
Negative 1.
Awesome. So we're going to split that B term into minus 4x plus what? So minus 4x plus what?
Plus 3. Positive 3.
Just 3?
Yeah.
Nah, 3x. So Faith, we are splitting the
And then
x
if
term.
it negative
Wait,
6.
I need to address this. You said just plus 3. That would be wrong. You're splitting the x term. So you have to split the x term. So both of those terms must be x terms themselves. So minus 4x there and 3x, not plus 3. Right. Then what?
All right. Then negative 6.
Right. Negative 6. So what we're going to do now, we're going to split this in half. So we're going to consider this half, and then we're going to consider this half. Are you seeing anything in common between 2x squared and 4x?
2x.
Yes, 2x. So what by 2x would give you back 2x squared?
X.
X. What by 2x would give you back minus 4x?
Positive 2x.
Okay, if you say positive 2x, right? What is 2x by 2x?
Oh, positive 4x.
No, if you multiply
So
2x,
then it's negative.
wait, no. If you multiply
I'll
2x
give
by
back a
2x,
positive number.
But wait, there's a bigger problem. Okay, so the 2 by 2 gonna give you back the 4, yeah? But where's x by x? What is x by x?
X squared.
So you'll actually get 4x squared if you multiply 2x by 2x. Is a problem because we just want to get 4x.
Yeah.
So you can't say 2x.
So
It's actually
negative 2.
exactly negative 2. Because what's 2 by negative 2?
Negative 4.
Right? So negative 4x. You already have the x over there. Nice. So we have that part. And let me show you the hack, right? If you're doing this correctly, you're supposed to get the same thing when you factorize the 3x minus 6, right? The exact same thing.
Yeah.
So you tell me, what do I have to multiply by x to get back 3x? What by x would give me back 3x? So what does 3x mean? It means that I'm multiplying x by?
I want to say positive 3.
Yeah, positive 3. And if you have trust issues, what is positive 3 by x?
3x.
And what is positive 3 by negative 2?
Negative 6.
Do we get back the same thing?
Yes.
Yes, so we are correct. And now you can see that we have x minus 2 here, right? And we have x minus 2 here. So that means we could actually factor out the x minus 2, yes or no?
Yes.
And if I factor out the x minus 2 from this and this, what will I write on the inside?
2x and positive 3.
Yeah, that's it. And if you had trust issues again, you really had trust issues. I have trust issues. If you want to see if this is the correct answer, you'll take it and you'll expand it, and you're supposed to get back 2x squared minus 1x minus 6. Remember how to expand this or not? Because sometimes you could ask you to expand.
Refresh my memory, please.
Sure, not a problem. So this is just a little side quest here in case they ask you to expand binomial terms. Right? So Faith, what is the first term inside this bracket? The first term inside our bracket. What is it?
X and negative 2.
No, x. X is the first term. Negative 2 is another term. So over here, I have a difference of two terms. X is the first term, then 2 is the second term, right? So I'm going to take x and I'm going to distribute it across all the terms in the second bracket. So everything you see in the second bracket, it's going to get multiplied by x. So let's do that first. What is x by 2x?
2x squared.
Right? Then we're going to multiply x by
3.
Right? What is x by positive 3?
3x.
Right? So positive 3x.
Positive.
Right. Can both of us agree that we multiplied everything by x?
Yes.
We still have to multiply everything by what now?
Negative 2.
Excellent. Negative 2, right? So you're going to repeat the same process, right? Everything you're going to multiply by negative 2. What is negative 2 by 2x? What's negative 2 by 2?
Negative 4.
Right? And you have the x there from the 2x. Right? And what's negative 2 by positive 3?
Negative 6.
Right. So what is 3x minus 4x?
1x.
Take your time. Answer that question. Which
X.
is the negative number by the bigger number or the smaller number?
Oh, sorry. Negative x.
Right, negative x, right? Minus 6. Is that what we started with? 2x squared minus 1x minus 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are correct. Also, you expand a product of two binomial terms. I say binomial because it's two terms, right? You have a difference of two terms here and you have a sum of two terms in. Right.
Yeah.
Right, so guys, today we're grinding and we're just grinding, real grinding.
Hi, sir.
For serious, I hear you're not supposed to be in class. Like your eyes. You're gonna, hey
Yeah,
boy. Good morning.
for like don't mind Sony for like 2 hours I could stay. My eye is swollen.
All right. Well,
Right now.
let me not waste our 2 hours. We're just gonna keep grinding, right? We're hardly gonna dilly dally today. Hardly any
That's
vibes.
how
But
you eye drops right now.
all right. Well, it's gonna be more math heavy today. Right. So in this question now, they want us to solve the equation. They actually want us to solve the equation. So who wants to help me with this question? We're just doing a quick recap on algebra today before I move on. I need a volunteer fast. We don't have time to waste. All right, Faith, you there? Guys, time is of the
So
essence,
I could help?
guys. Yes, Celine, come, let me go on. Let me go, right, Celine? So over here, we don't have
Okay.
anything to simplify, right? So I just write back r plus 3. What was on the right-hand side?
Right. So you could expand it. So you can multiply 3 into r minus 5. So you'll get 3r minus 15.
Right? And what are we making the
And
subject here? What are we trying to solve for?
r,
Right.
r,
So all our terms should be on?
one side.
Exactly. So you want to move this 3r way?
To the left. So you could say r minus 3r.
Right? And I move that 3 to the what?
To the right, so you could say minus 15 minus 3.
Awesome. And you get your answer like real fast. So r minus 3r,
Yeah,
right, is equal to minus 15 minus 3. Minus 15 minus 3. What is r minus 3r?
that is minus 2r.
Right? Minus 2r. What is
And
minus
that will be
15?
minus 8,
Yeah,
minus 18. So r will equal to minus 18 over minus 2.
right.
Divide minus 2 on both sides. So r will equal to 9.
Right? Because a negative divided by a negative is a positive, and 2 could go into 18
Yes.
9 times. Right. Guys, if this confusing you, right, you can think of this as 1, right? 1 minus 3, right? 1 minus 3. Imagine you wanted to buy something for $3, right? You wanted to buy something for $3, so you have to spend money, so hence the negative, and you only had $1. If that was the case, Celine, how much money you'd have be owing when the business or whatever? If something is $3 and you get them $1, how much you still owing them? Thomas Celine.
Yes.
Exactly 2, right? So if you have 1R, right, minus 3R, that's minus 2R, right? Because it come like you had 1, but you take 3, so you're still owing 2. Nice. And Celine, if you wanted to check if your answer correct, and you would just put it into this and make sure the left hand side is equal to the right hand side. Yeah? Or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yay.
Nice. So part C, make K the subject of the formula. So Celine, let me continue, right? So right now K is on the right hand side. We can leave it be, right? But if it's on your right hand side, it should be the only thing there. You agree?
Yeah.
So if it should be the only thing here, what shouldn't be here then? What should not be there?
Treaty should not be there.
Right,
So you
3.
should move it to the left side.
So I'll end up with
Yeah.
2A.
Minus treaty.
All right. And before I could find the key, I need to find the K squared. But what right
Yeah.
now, if you look at the left hand side, I mean the right hand side, K squared is currently being what?
Multiply by pi.
Say I do the opposite. Say
Yeah, so you
divide
have to
by pi.
divide by pi. Yeah.
Right. So the pi's will cancel off, and that'll give you K squared. So you're gonna end up with 2A minus 3T all over pi, right? And that'll be equal to K squared. Now, what is the
Yeah.
opposite of squaring something?
Square root.
Right? So we'll apply square root on both sides. So my final answer for K is?
The square root of 2a minus 3t over pi.
Right. Faith, I need to know if this is confusing you. I need to know.
A
Faith.
little.
All right. So Faith, you want to run it back?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Faith, what do we want to make the subject in this question? Oh wait, and by the way, guys, I
Okay.
sent a bunch of worksheets. Like I said, if you're okay with something, right, don't just spend the time in class doing nothing. It's too late for that. Do something with your time, right? And send it to me. If I don't correct it now, I'll correct it sometime in the day. I promise. Right? Ask Austin. Austin send me a question like what time that was in the morning, but and I correct it. So like, if I send me the work, I will correct it. Don't waste time though. Right? So Faith, what are we trying to make the subject in this question?
The K.
Right. Right now, key is on what side?
The right hand side.
Right. If it's on the right hand side, it should be the only thing on the right hand side. You agree? It should be the only thing there.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Is it the only thing over here?
No, it have the treaty.
Right. Have the treaty. Don't tell me pi, because right now pi and k squared they are one term, right? So the pi is with the k squared.
Yeah.
The problem is the treaty. So you know what I'm gonna do that
Oh,
treaty?
okay. So that.
I'm gonna take it and move it
All right.
across. If I move
Mm-hmm.
that across, what will I write?
You have to write 2a equals,
Nah.
2a minus 3c, no?
Yeah, you're going good.
Pi k squared.
Right. Now you need to find the k squared first. Right now, k squared is being multiplied by something. So how will you get rid of the multiply by pi?
Okay, so I have to continue separating it.
I guess you could say that you want to make k squared, you want k squared to be the only thing there. All right, right now k squared is being multiplied by pi. So what is the opposite of multiplying by pi? What's the opposite of multiplication?
Dividing.
Exactly. So can we both agree that if you multiply, if you divide by pi, wouldn't that get rid of the pi by the k squared?
Yeah.
That part confused you?
But I want to put, here it is, I want to put pi k minus k.
I k
I can
minus.
do that
No, I can't do that. I want to know the rationale behind that. You want to say pi k
because
minus,
I want to end up with 1k. I want to separate the like I think in terms of algebra now I know k squared means it have two k's there, right?
right?
So I'll put the pi k minus
Yeah, but
k.
I'm not sure where any minus from now. It
No.
wouldn't be any minus. Watch. Like you said, k squared is k by k. There's no minus. There's no minus at all. That's just multiplication. And if you're seeing a square, you should be thinking what? What's the opposite of square? What do you do to get rid of square?
Square roots.
Yeah. So Faith, there's no minus there. Whenever you see a square term, you should be thinking square root. Because that is what will get rid of it. Get rid of the square.
All right.
But I see what you're
So
saying, right? You're saying k squared is k by k. But even if you do that, you still gotta find for k. And what you gonna do? Would you divide by k throughout? If you do that, you're gonna end up with k here. That's gonna be in a real pickle, right? Because now you're gonna have k
yeah.
distributed all over the place. Right? We want the keys to stay where by itself. So you already have the key squared here to do anything with it. Again, if you see a square term, they want to get rid of the square, you have to do what? Opposite of square is what?
Divide.
No, not divide. What's the opposite of square and something?
Square.
Square roots, yes.
Square roots.
And if I divide by pi on the right hand side, I have to do it on the
Left hand side.
right. So I divide by pi here as well. Nice. So right now I have 2a minus 3t all over pi is equal to
K.
k what?
K squared.
Right. Now, now, remind me, if I wanted to get rid of that square, what do I have to do to the k squared?
Square rooted.
Right. And if I square root that side, I have to do what's on the other side?
Square rooted also.
Right. So do we both agree? When you square root k squared, that's going to cancel off. So let's just leave it with k.
Yes.
Right. So my final answer is just k is equal to this entire thing. Feeling a little less
Okay.
confused?
Yeah.
All right. So here what I would these types of questions, if you're trying to find, okay, like let's just say you had k cube, right? Just know you'd have to apply cube root at some point to find for k. If you had k squared and you wanted to find for k, just know that at some point you'd have to find the square root. Understand? To
Yeah.
find k. If you had k to the power 4, well, just know at some point you'd have to apply the fourth root of k to the power 4 to find for k. That's how it is go. You don't know minus and anything there, right? Because it's just strictly multiplication.
All right.
All right. So let's move on. Was there anybody that's really confused by this? Okay. Right. So we're gonna move on then. Right. I want to cover inequalities today. This is a good time to cover it. I presume I could start because inequalities is placed on algebra. First things first, guys. Do you all know what these symbols mean? So like these symbols. Do you know what these symbols mean?
Or less than, more
More
than,
than, less than.
And,
equal to.
and an easy way to remember this, right? Look at the number line. Guys, you all know the number line. This is 0. All of these are positive numbers. And if you go in this direction is
Negative.
right. If I'm pointing in this direction, do you think my number's getting bigger or smaller?
Bigger, sir.
Bigger.
If it's bigger, and you would say more than, like, if you go in any other, if you go in any positive direction, it getting bigger, more than. Like watch.
Yeah.
Let's see what I'm talking about. Legendary. Right? That's
Oh,
why that's why we call that more than. And it's the same concept for
So
less
I will
than.
say the less than this make a L. That's what I just remember it.
A big me used to do that up until like a point, I used to do that. I used to like extend my hand and like make an L with my left hand.
Yeah.
But this is real cool, watch. And if we're talking about less than, you're probably going in the left direction, right? Because less than means that the value is getting smaller. Watch this again. Watch. See? You just see arrowhead. And so let me just write it down, right? This would be more than, right? And this would be less than. No, guys, this kind of looks like an equal sign. So what do you think we'll call this?
More than
more
equal
than
to.
or equal to.
Right, more than or equal to. And this would be this one,
Less than or equal to.
right? Okay, guys, you okay with this? The signs.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. If I were to say at least, at least 5 people have to come. What inequality sign you think that would correspond to? At least 5 people have to come.
Less than
Less
or
than or
equal
equal
to.
to.
Hmm. If I tell you how to bring at least 5 people to come to
More
the
than or
party,
equal to.
Oh, sorry, more than or equal to.
yeah. If I tell you how to bring at least $100 to the party, will you walk with less than $100?
then you can't get the answer.
Exactly right. If I tell you all the phones here, right, cost at least $1,000, will you work with $900?
No, sir.
No, right? At least. So let me write down some terms you need to be familiar with. At least, right? At least means it means more than or equal to, right? More than or equal to. What do you all think at most means? If I tell you at most you're gonna have 5 people, much, what do you think that means?
Less
Less
than
than.
or equal to.
Right. If I just say now the other one's self-explanatory. So at least is more than or equal to, at most is less than or equal to. Great. Now, when you are doing algebra for inequalities, there's some rules you need to keep in the back of your head, right? So for inequality, rules for inequalities. Number one. So guys, when you deal with inequality algebra, right? Algebra containing inequality expressions, it's the same concept. You just have some rules to keep in mind. Number one, if you multiply or divide by a negative, you're gonna flip the sign. Right, let me show you what I mean, right? Guys, guys, if I had negative 10 and I had 100, right? Would I say negative 10 is more than 100 or less than 100? Somebody tell me.
It's less
Less
than
than
a
100.
hundred, sir.
I think that makes sense for everybody, right? That makes sense for everybody. What if I were to multiply both sides by negative 1 now? What's negative 10 by negative 1?
Positive 10, sir.
And what's 100 by negative 1?
Negative 100.
Guys, would it still make sense for me to say 10 is less than negative 100?
No,
No.
sir, it'll be more than.
Fit, what's more, having $10 in a bank account or only bank $100?
Haven't 10.
Exactly right. So I can't say 10 is less than minus 100, right, guys? I need to say 10 is more than minus 100. So what I'm saying is, anytime you multiply or divide by a negative, you're going to flip the sign. So the inequality sign is going to flip, right? Right. Second rule. If you switch sides, you flip the inequality sign. All this is part of algebra, yeah? And relations, functions, and graphs. Just saying that. If you switch sides, flip the inequality sign. And today I want to do some paper 3 questions. I've been hearing that the linear programming questions are giving all your real trouble in the paper 3s. Yes or no? Like the questions where I had to shade like one
Yes,
side and
sir.
thing. Okay, well, don't worry, cover that today, right? Don't worry. All right. If you switch sides, flip the inequality sign. Now, guys, in for equation, right? If I have if I say 10 is equal to 5 plus 5, and I can write it as 5 plus 5 is equal to 10, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that, right? That's fine. For inequality, it's a bit different. If I write 10 and I write 5, what inequality sign will I put there?
More
Somebody
than.
tell me. 10 is what than 5?
More
More
than.
than.
Right. Now, if I were to switch this, right, will I still say 5? Will I still put the more than sign? Does that make sense?
No, you put less
No.
than.
No, I put less than. Do you all understand the rules and why they work? And why they are there?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, good. Let's do some quick algebra using inequalities. So imagine you had 5x is more than 20. Guys, you're gonna work this the exact same way as your custom working algebra, right? So what would I do on both sides here?
Divide by 5.
Divide by 5. Since I'm dividing by a positive, nothing changes, right? So I'm just going to get x is more than what?
4.
Right, that's all. That's all. Nothing to it. What if I now had, like, say, negative 7x is less than 100 and no. Yeah, what if I had this now? If I wanted to find for, say, x, what would I have to do on both sides?
Divide by 7. Negative 7.
Now, guys, if I'm dividing or multiplying by a negative number, what's going to happen to the sign?
Turn into more than.
Exactly. Right? So, yeah, these are the basic rules you need to comply with. And what about if you had, say, like 7 plus 21 more than right, more than 87x. So yeah, guys, how would you work this one out?
Okay, so you would add 21 and 7, you'll get 28 is more than 84x. And then you divide 28 on both sides.
Nah, not 28.
And not
Not
28,
28.
84, 84. 84, my
84.
bad.
Because I want to find for
84.
1x, right? 84.
Yeah.
Right? So the 84 will cancel off. Cool. And 28 over 84 is what? I could simplify it to a simpler fraction.
That a third.
Right. Now, guys, will I write x is more than a third? Is that
No, you'll
legal?
put less than a third. No, you'll
Right.
put less than.
Exactly. So these are the rules in action, right? So number one, if you divide and if you do normal things, the sign remains the same, right? This is a simple example. Nothing changes. If you divide or you multiply by a negative, the sign changes, right? Keep that in memory. And rule number three, if you switch the expression around, well, the sign is going to change. Because as you would have seen, we had a third here on x, then we switched it, and as such, the inequality sign would have changed. Let me know if you all are okay with the rules for inequalities.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir.
Faith, is there anything that just you don't understand at all? And you want me to clarify?
No, I understand it.
Okay, great, great. Next thing, when you're doing inequalities, right? If you see, like, let me just say a solid line typically means more than or less than or equal to, right? Just keep that in mind when you're doing the linear programming questions. If a solid line means less than or equal to, or more than or equal to, what do you think the dashed line represent?
More than or less than?
Yeah. And if you see like a solid circle, what do you think that represents?
Equal to, sir?
Yeah, more than, okay, wait, less than or equal to, right? Or more than or equal to. That's what it represents,
Oh,
right? And if it's an empty circle, it's just more than and less than. So you need to keep these things in mind. And you should also be able to draw a number line. You should also be able to draw a number line. So again, guys, look at the convention, right? If it's a solid line, more than or equal to, or less than or equal to. If it's a dashed line, more than, less than. If it's a solid circle, less than or equal to, or more than or equal to. If it's a empty circle, it's less than or more than, right? Cool. So let's do the number line for these questions. right? So call it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so guys, if it's x is more than 4, where do you think I'm gonna start at?
4?
Yeah, I'm going to start at 4. Right. And guys, since it's not equal to, I'm just going to draw a empty circle, right? Empty circle. Did that confuse anybody?
No.
All right. And what direction do you think I'm going to point in? If it's more than.
Right?
What about the rest of you? Do you all agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Cool. Now you might probably be saying, well, sir, shouldn't you have drawn a dashed line? No, that's exclusively for graphs. Like like if I have a graph, this line represents y is less than something, depending on what side I shade, right? But when you draw number lines, it's a solid line. What will tell you if it's less than or equal to or more than or equal to, right? Is this over here. So guys, if I had shaded this completely, that would actually represent what? X is what? If I had shaded that completely, what would it represent?
It's more than or less than.
More
Now,
than or equal to.
more than or equal to 4.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Right, you know what? I'm going to put a equal to here. Right, in this instance, right? 0. Just a sketch, right, guys? It's just a sketch, right? So, guys, in this instance, like 1, 2, 3. Again, this is just a sketch, right? Don't ignore this is a sketch. Once you're showing the correct, like, okay, once you show if it's like a solid circle or empty circle and you point in the correct direction, you're going to get full marks. So, guys, where should I start from over here? Where should I start from?
-9.
I should start from negative. And since it's since it's more than or equal to, am I going to leave this circle empty or am I going to shade inside?
You'll shade inside.
Right. And since it is more than, would I go to the left or would I go to the right? It's more than.
To the right.
I will go
To
to
the
the.
right.
Is anybody that's confused by that number line? Yes or no? Tell me.
No, sir.
Okay. Right. This number line now. Right. 0, 1, 2, 3, -1. So guys, this one is a fraction now. Tell me, a third would be between what two numbers? Where would a third be?
0
Right, 0 and 1.
and 1.
So that might be probably somewhere over there, right? I wonder if you're confused by that.
No.
All right. Since it's less than, I'm going to leave the circle empty, right? And I'm going to go in this direction. Can we all see that the arrow, the inequality symbol tells us what direction to go in? Can we see that? Some of us see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Awesome. So that's it for inequalities. Let's give this question a go, right? So I need a volunteer. Who wants to read? Who wants to help me with this question?
I could try.
All right. I like that spirit. So get the question and read for me.
A farmer plants 2 crops, potatoes and corns, on a 10-hectare piece of land. The number of hectares of corn planted, C, must be at least twice the number of hectares of potatoes, P. Write 2 inequalities to represent the scenario above.
Right. So how much crops does the farmer plant?
2.
So that's why you're expecting two inequalities, right? Maybe.
Mm.
Potatoes and corn. On a how much piece of land? How much hectares?
On a 10.
10. Maybe they might make some inequality there. And the number of hectares of corn planted is represented by,
C.
right? So corn is C. And the number of corn must be, okay, this is the inequality condition. It must be,
At least twice the number of hectares of potatoes, P.
okay, if I say at least, what inequality symbol is at least?
Um,
More than or equal to?
Exactly. Guys, think of it like this. If I say that for you to come into the party, you need to bring at least $100. How much money are you gonna work with?
more than 100.
Or a
100 or
hundred, right?
more.
100 or more, right? Think of these things like a logical situation. So they're saying that the number of hectares of corn planted C, right? So C, it must be at least twice. So at least I'm gonna put down the more than or equal to sign, and it must be at least what? At least what?
At least P. So
Twice the number of potatoes.
Right, twice. If I say twice the number of potatoes, what will I write? If I say twice, I'm multiplying
2.
something by what?
2p.
2p, yeah.
2p.
2.
2p. Do you all understand how I came up with that inequality?
Yes.
Yeah.
What about the rest of you guys? So again, if you're confused, they said the number of hectares of corn planted, C, it must be at least. So I'll put the at least symbol here, right? I'll put that one time, right? And they're saying it must be at least twice the number, twice. If I say twice, that means I'm going to multiply by 2. Twice the number of potatoes, 2p. Let me know if you all understand this.
Yes, sir.
Right, so that's the
Yes, sir.
first condition. Guys, the next condition that people will not see, most people wouldn't. How much crops in man growing?
2.
2. 2, right? And how much area does he have to work with?
A
10
10-hectare
hectares.
piece of land.
Exactly. So whatever the amount of potatoes on the corn are, it must not pass what?
10 hectares.
10 hectares.
Right. So look how we're
Just
gonna write. I'm gonna write so the amount of corn he plants, right? Plus the amount of potatoes he plants, it must be in a 10-hectare piece of land. So I can't exceed that. It's gonna be less than or equal to what?
10.
10. You all understand how I came up with this?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
All right, I'll show. How much of you guys will leave out the 10 parts?
I probably would leave out the
No.
10 parts.
Yeah, if they didn't tell you two inequalities, you probably wouldn't think about that.
Mm-hmm.
before you showed me that, I intended to do this way differently.
Ah,
And it seems crazy, that I was gonna do it that way.
hmm. So, so like I hope it makes logical sense for you all, right? And it really not that scary. Again, I try to show that it's not that scary. We understand everything that happened in here, right? Faith, if the farmer has to plant 2 crops, and he can only plant the crops on 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 the allotted amount of land, 10 hectares, he can't really exceed
Yes,
that,
sir.
right? And he can't really exceed that. Yeah, Faith?
Yeah.
So he could only plant um C hectares are corn and P hectares are like when you add it up, it must not exceed 10. Right? So he could cover the whole area, But when it reaches the 10, you can't do anything again. So, like, you're ready to move on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we actually, that's great. That's great. I have one more algebra question I want to do before I move on, right? All of this is related. It's fine, right? In building up all your skills. After this, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know for functions, relations, and graphs. Light work, guys. I need somebody to tell me the answer for this fast. You see, what you see in common between 3n squared and 15np?
Yeah.
3n, right? 3n. If it's the n, there's one more 3. 3 could go into 3 one time and 3 could go into 15 five times. But 3 is common in both. If I pull out
Yeah.
if I pull out 3n from 3n squared, I already have a 3 and already have one of the n's.
You get one n, so
So
one n.
n
Exactly.
plus 5p.
N plus 5 pieces.
Exactly, right? Because I want to get back 15. So 3 by 5 is 15. I already have the n there, so just put p. That's it. Right? Easy marks. Easy 2 marks. Easy 2 marks for that? Way boy. Easy. Light work. Yeah, guys. So, Aaron, let me do this question fast, right? So we have a quadrilateral here, 4 sides. They want us to write an expression in terms of x for the perimeter of the quadrilateral. And they want us to express our answer in the simplest form, right? So what does perimeter mean? Tell me fast. Perimeter. Perimeter is what?
The area around the shape, sir.
Yeah, the area around the shape. So you're gonna add another way to say area. Say distance. Say distance.
Sorry, yeah, distance.
Say area. Some people will take that literally and think you're talking about
You mean
use of something.
the actual area?
Yeah, yeah. So be careful with your words. Distance. That's what
Okay.
perimeter is. So we're gonna add the distance all around. So we're gonna add 15 minus 2x, right? I'm gonna add that to 3x. It doesn't matter the order in which you add it. You know, addition is commutative. The order doesn't matter in which you add. Okay, who here is confused by what I just did? Tell me. We want to find the perimeter. So I'm just adding up everything around. Is anybody confused?
No, so I get it.
No,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
All right. So guys, we need to look for the like terms now, right? So when I say like terms, I'm talking about all the x terms and all the numbers. So can somebody, I'm going to start early off. The first x term I've seen is minus 2x. Are you all seeing any other x terms?
Plus 3x.
Positive 3x.
Positive 3x.
So online,
Plus
I see in plus 3x
Positive
plus.
2x.
Positive 2x. And then another
And
positive
positive
2x.
2x.
Let me show you our growth hack, right? Guaranteed marks. Guaranteed marks. Now, if you're real good with directed numbers, you don't need a calculator, right? But like, let me not chance it. Okay. So guys, any minute now. Okay. Look what we're gonna do, right? What is the coefficient for minus 2x? What is the number in front of the x here?
Minus 2.
Right? So look at what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna put minus 2. What is the number in front of x over here?
Positive 3.
By the way, when I say coefficient, I'm talking about the number in front. If you didn't know, now you know. And what's the coefficient of x here?
Positive 2.
Positive 2.
Well, let's see what I do in the calculator, right? What is the coefficient
Yes,
of
sir.
x here?
Positive 2.
Positive 2.
Make sure you're getting 5.
yes, sir.
Right? So guys, when you group together all of those x terms, right, you're gonna end up with 5 what? Don't forget the x, 5 what?
5x.
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 Right? Now let's do the numbers. So the numbers, we have 15. So 15. What other number we have?
Minus
Negative
7.
7.
Plus
Right
5
then,
minus
plus 5, then minus 1. Make sure you're getting 12, and that's it. Easy marks, guys. I'm gonna buy easy marks.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Easy two
Yeah, so
marks.
that's easy
Easy
math.
two marks. Easy marks. Right? Faith, did I confuse you? Did the technique I did just not do confuse you?
No, that was easy.
Cool. And we want to find the perimeter. Well, they're telling us what the perimeter is, right? So they really want us to find the length of the longest side. Sure, no problem.
You have to find for x to find the longest side.
Yeah. Yeah. And tell me, guys, do we have an expression for the perimeter? What is the expression for
Yeah,
the
so
perimeter?
5x plus 12,
And we know that the perimeter is what, guys? What is the perimeter? We know what is it?
32.
Right. We know the perimeter is 32. So rule number one with algebra. If you need to solve for something, you need to form an equation, right? Equal equation. We find the perimeter over here, and they're telling us the perimeter over here. These two are equal. So you can form an equation. Nice. Yeah. So Aaron, how would I solve for x?
First you'll have to, well, you need to make sure x is the only one on the left-hand side. So you'll need to
Right.
move the 12 on the other side, positive 12, making it a negative 12. So we 5x is equal to 32 minus 12. And then, yeah, well, 20. And then you'll need to divide by 5 on both sides.
Is that it? Who here will I just do this and just continue?
Yeah. Me.
See,
No,
I know that. I know that, you know. I know that. But
yeah, I
but
probably would have just find for x and then move on.
I know, eh? I know, but no. No, watch. No, watch. Find the length of the longest side. So we know that x is 4, right? We know that x is 4. X is 4. So we need to, just by looking at this, guys, which one looks like the longest side? 3x minus 7, 2x plus 5, 2x minus 1, 15 minus
2x plus 5.
right. So we're gonna, well, and what do we know x is? X is what?
4,
4.
Right, so you're gonna put 4 over here, see x. So 2 by 4 plus 5. 2 by 4 is 8, 8 plus 5 is?
13.
And if you still have trust issues, I mean, you can plug it in everywhere, right?
I probably would have do that, so and plug it in one by one to see.
I just looking to see the longest one, right? But what about 3x minus 7? 3 by 4 is 12. 12 minus 7 is 5.
5,
15 minus 2 by 4 is 8. So 15 minus 8 is 7. Then that'll be 8 minus 1, 7. And if you add everything, you're supposed to get 32, right? That is 14, 14, 19, 19, 13, 32. Yeah, so was our observation correct in saying that this was the longest side?
Yeah.
yeah, so
Yes,
Yes.
the answer is just 13. That's it. Right? It's like 2x plus 5.
so if for the answer, I was gonna say if you just write the actual equation they have for the line there and leave it, you'll still get a markable. Or you have to put the 13.
What are you asking us to do?
The length. So you'll
The
need to.
length. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. You're not getting mark. Right? Because I'm asking a question, right? How you know 2x plus 5 is the longest length? Do you have proof for that? Do you have proof for that? No, you don't.
No, sir.
No, you don't, right? So you need to plug in where you find for x to see if it's really the longest. Yeah. Okay. Guys, be okay with algebra? Let me know if you're okay with algebra. That's just for algebra.
Yeah,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I see like last night, everybody was real tired. So like I just wanted to go through some examples. And okay, who here feels like they're still shaky with simultaneous equations? I need you to tell me before I move on. If you're still shaky with
I
some,
think I might be a little shaky, sir.
okay, well, good. I'm glad it's some of that. Let me just do two questions, make sure they have it, right? I sent all these worksheets, yeah? I sent all of the worksheets, right? All of it is in the chat. So guys, let's do these two. Why not? And I'm primarily going to show you the elimination method because that's like the easiest method. Well, for me personally, I only started using the elimination method when I started teaching. I never used to use the elimination method. Like never. I always used to use substitution and my personal maths. But elimination is a lot easier. All right. So who would like to do one question with me?
Me.
Sure. So when you do elimination, right, you want to get rid of one of the unknowns. So either X or Y. You want to get rid of one of them. Now, if the coefficients, right, are the same, if the coefficients are the same, you could minus. And Y, if you had 9 and 9, and those two are the same numbers,
Yeah, sir.
guys, 9 and 9 is the same number. What would you do to get 0 there? Would you add it? Would you multiply it? Would you divide it? Would you
Minus.
minus? Minus, right?
Subtract.
If the
Yeah, minus.
coefficient is the same, you minus, right? If the coefficient you're trying to get rid of is the opposite, then you have to what? If you have opposites, if you combine the opposites, what will happen?
You get a new number, sir.
Now, guys, let me think about it, right?
You'll get positive.
Now you get 0. Let me get an example, a perfect example. Let me just say you only bank $9, right? Yeah, you only bank $9, so
Yeah.
minus 9. If I now add 9 into my bank account, how much money was my new bank account? What's my new bank balance?
0.
0.
So if I have opposites and I combine them, that'll just turn to 0. It will neutralize. People who do in chemistry think of titration, you know? So that'll just be, you'll add. Right? So if it's the same, you minus. If the coefficient is the opposite, you add. Right? And if it's not the same, you'll have to multiply by something on the top and bottom. Right? So if it is not the same, you'll see what I mean by the third one just now. Okay, so guys, in this question, are you seeing any of the variables being the same?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. How much of you all, like, okay, if we're looking at x, right, are the coefficients for x the same?
No, sir.
No. How much of you all vote no? I say no as well. Like, is it the
I
same?
say no too, sir.
Is it the exact same number, guys? Is 2 and 4 the same number?
No.
No, sir.
No. Okay, what about this? Does that look good?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah or no? I don't know, guys. Is it the same?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had the same thing, what you should probably do with the equations? Add them or subtract them?
Subtract.
Minus.
Right. So let me start off here, right? So what is 4x minus 2x? What is 4 minus 2?
2.
2x.
Right? What is 5y minus 5y?
0.
0.
Ah, you see, we just got rid of y, right? And then what is 9 minus 3?
6.
6.
So we end up with 2x is equal to 6. Is that easy to solve for or hard to solve for?
Easy.
right? I think you can just look at it and see the answer is 3, right? Because 2 by what is 6? 3. The full working would be
Yeah,
to divide both sides by 2. So x is equal to,
3.
right? So we have one of the unknowns. To find the other unknown, you're going to put that into one of the equations, right? So you can put it into equation 1 or equation 2. So let me ask you that question. Do you all think it matters which one I put x into and make y the subject? Do you really think it matters?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, it does not matter. You'll get the same answer. Same answer. I promise. Let me show you. Let's just use equation 1, right? If I use equation 1, anywhere I see x, I'm going to put 3. So 4 by 3 plus 5 by
It's
y
12.
is equal to 9. You're going to end up with 12 plus 5y is equal to 9. You want to find for y. So we're going to move across what?
12, sir.
You're going to move across 12. What's 9 minus 12?
Minus 3.
Minus 3.
I want to find for y. So I divide both sides by 5. So y is going to be minus 3 over 5. Right. That is when I use equation 1. Let's try to use equation 2 now. Equation 2 is 2x plus 5y. X is 3. So 2 by 3 plus 5y is equal to 3. 2 by 3 is 6. 6
6.
plus 5y is equal to 3. I want to find for y. I want to move across 6. When I move across the 6, I'm going to get 3 minus 6. What is 3 minus 6?
Negative 3, sir.
Right? And I want to find for 1y, so I divide both sides by 5. So again, guys, it does not matter. You'll get the same answer. So y would just be equal to minus 3 over 5. Are we okay with this?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
sir.
Now, this wasn't the only way you could have solved this equation. Right? This was not the only way you could have done it. Let's just say it was a mad person like me, and instead of wanting to get rid of y, you want to get rid of x, right? So over here you're seeing 4x. Is there anything I could do with the 2x to make it 4x as well? I have to multiply by
You
what?
multiply by 2, sir.
Yeah. If I multiply that by 2, what am I going to get?
4x
4x
plus 10y is equal to 6, sir.
Right. So I want you all to mentally prepare yourself for this, right? Not all the time you are going to get equations that just simply cancel off, right? Sometimes you're going to get ones where you have to multiply by some number to make the coefficients the same, right? So, all right, and I'll call this equation 1, call this equation 2, call this equation 3. So to work this question out now, I would say 4x plus 5y is equal to 9. And then I would say 4x plus 10y is equal to 6. Now, if I want to get rid of x, can we see that the unknowns are the same? I mean, the coefficients are the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sir.
So what do you think we should do? Add or minus?
Minus
Minus
Where's 4x minus 4x?
0.
0.
Where's 5y minus 10y? 5y, 5y minus. Let me explain why I just said that. So you have 5y over here, then minus by positive 10y, and negative by a plus is on negative. So 5y minus 10y. What is 5 minus 10?
Minus 5.
Yeah, minus 5, right? So minus 5y, right? What is 9 minus 6?
3, sir.
Right? So I have minus 5y is equal to 3. How would I find for y?
Yeah.
Tell me the right of it,
divide
Nita.
by
Divide by?
minus 5 on both sides.
Yeah. Oh, let's see the answer already. Question.
Yes, sir.
Positive divided by negative is a negative, so y is equal to minus 3 over 5. Isn't that the exact same answer we got just now? Minus 3 over
Yeah,
5,
sir.
right?
Yeah.
So we found for y now. Now to find for x, I'm going to plug it into any one out of the three equations. Ideally, you want to use the equations that were given to you, right? So I'm going to use equation 1 or equation 2, right? So plug into 1 or 2. Plug into 1 or 2. So I'm going to use 1. So 4x plus 5y is equal to 9. Anywhere that I see y, what am I going to write instead?
Negative 3/5.
Right, so 5 multiplied by negative 3/5. Guys, can we see that the 5 and the 5 will cancel off?
Yeah,
Yeah.
leaving it with negative 3.
All right, so 4x, right? A positive, so we have positive here by negative 3. That's negative 3. And that will be equal to 9. So to find for x, I need to take all the numbers and move them across. Right? So that's going to turn to 9 plus 3. What is 9 plus 3?
12.
12.
12
How going to find for x?
divide by 4.
How going to get?
3.
3, sir.
Now the same answer you want above? For x?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the work question, I just follow yourself.
Why not?
I like that. It's supposed to be like yes. Yeah, so yeah, what? I'll give all you some time to try this question. Right? But it worked out fine either way. So either way you do it, it will work out. Just whatever you do, please make sure it makes sense. And that's my advice. Please make sure it's making sense. You want to get rid of x? Well, if you want to get rid of x, they need to be the same. You want to get rid of y, they need to be the same. If it's not the same, you have to do something. So yeah, guys, give that a try for me. I'm giving you all 5 minutes, no 4 minutes. Right? Try this question for me. Try to find for x and y.
Sir, send something here.
All right. All right, so y is equal to 3. Yes, that's a linear function. Y is equal to c. X is equal to k, right? A, B correct. C is correct. Right? E is not linear, that's correct. F is not linear, that's correct. G is a linear function in form y is equal to x plus c, yeah. Right? Not linear. Yeah, cool. Right? So good job there, Process. Check with the other document now. On the same set of axes below, draw the graph. So y is equal to 3, right? X is equal to minus 2. Y is equal to 2x plus 1. Cool. Mm-hmm. Which are the lines state its type? Y is equal to c. All right. Nice. Here's my graph. Assuming the y-intercept. Okay, good job, Process. That's correct. Nice.
Thank you.
Process in flow state. The eyes definition, yeah. All right, guys. So,
So I think I got it.
you think you have it? Okay. All right. Nice. And if you want to check if your answer is correct, what you could do is you can plug it back into your equations and see if you're giving you 12 and 4. If you're not giving you 12 and 4, you do something wrong.
Yes, sir.
So if one of you guys did not get through, as you especially should do the question with me. You especially. Hey guys, the time is up. How much of you guys got through? So Aaron, I heard that you got
I
through.
did.
Anybody else got through?
Me, sir.
Okay, what? Who did not get through? If you didn't get through, don't be scared. Come and we can do the question together. For those that did get through, what did you get for x?
I got
I,
x is
I got
equal to
2.
2, sir.
What
2.
did you get
Yes,
for y?
sir, I get an answer.
What
I
did you get for
got
y?
-1, sir.
-1.
Negative
Awesome.
1, sir.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, is there anybody that did not get through? If you didn't tell me, don't be ashamed. It's fine. I'm here to help. And I can help you if you stay quiet. All right. So, I'm not hearing anybody. But the best I could do is I could take my time and do the question on the screen. As the best I could do. If you're not talking, right? So the easiest thing to get rid of here would be what, guys? What's the easiest thing to get rid of here?
Y,
2y.
sir.
Why? Because it's the same coefficient. If it's the same coefficient, what do? Add or minus?
Minus.
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 Right? What is 7x minus 3x?
4x.
Right? What is 2y minus 2y?
0.
What is 12 minus 4?
8.
8.
If it's 4x is equal to 8, x is equal to 2, right? Because
Yes,
4 by
sir.
2 is 8. But the long way will be to divide both sides by 4 if you want to find for 1x. So x would be equal to 2. Awesome. Then, guys, and I could use any equation I want to find for y now. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So if I use equation 1, that's going to be 7 by 2 plus 2y is equal to 12. 7 by 2 is,
14.
right? So 14 plus 2y is equal to 12. I want to find for y though. So y should be the only thing on this side. So that being said, the 14 should not be over here, right? Only the y term, and the y term is 2y. So if I move across something, the sign changes. So from positive 14, that is going to turn to negative
The
14.
negative 14.
And 12 minus 14 is?
Negative 2.
Yeah, negative 2. And then you would divide both sides by 2 to find for 1y. So y would be equal to negative 1 because 2 and 2 is 1. And a negative divided by a positive is a negative. Guys, are we okay with this question?
Yes, sir.
Easy marks or like nah?
Yes,
Easy marks,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Maybe if I give a harder one, I'll give a little for homework. We need to move on to other topics, right? I sent the simultaneous equation worksheet and I sent a worksheet with harder examples, right? All right, guys. The first order of business. What exactly is a function? You would have been dealing with functions your whole life, right? Well, in your whole math life, right? Functions. A function takes an input, we call the input x, right? It takes an input, it does something to it, it does something, and it gives you an output. What do you think we call the output? What does always be with x in maths?
Y?
Yeah, this is the convention. So you would have a function, right? The function would be called f of x, right? It would take an input parameter x, it would do something to it, and it would give you an output, and we call the output y. And they would typically represent this using a mapping diagram. So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Let's just say we had a function f of x is equal to x plus 3. Let's just say we had a bunch of x values, right? So the set of x values, right? We call that the domain, right? And the set of y values, which is our output. Does anybody know what we call that? That's what R. R. R.
You
Really
range
sure?
The range.
range?
It's called the range, or sometimes they would call it the codomain. Right? Guys, give me a bunch of x values. Give me a bunch of x values.
1, 2,
6.
4.
Sure. 1, 2, 6, 4. Here's an order. All right, cool. And we have a function here, right? The function is x plus 3. That's the function. So if this is the set of x values, and this is the set of y values, also known as f of x, right? So sometimes instead of seeing y, you will see f of x, right? How do you think I'm going to get my y value? Like I just said, a
You,
function takes in an
you
input,
have,
does something to it, and it gives you the output. So the function here adds what to the input? What does it add to the input? You guys take a guess.
it would add all the x values into the equation wherever there's x. So you'd replace it with one of the x values.
Right. So can we see that whatever you put into this function is going to add 3 to it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you put in 1 into the function, so you'd write that as f of 1. F of 1 would be 1 plus 3. Right? So as you would have just see, right? I actually replace the x with 1. Because now instead of writing x, I'm putting in 1. Right? So instead of writing x, I put 1. What is 1 plus 3?
4, sir.
4. Cool. Or 4 over here. That confuse
Yeah.
anybody?
No, sir.
No? What would f of 2 be?
5, sir.
5? Do you all agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right, somebody tell me fast. What do you think f of 4 would be?
7.
7,
Right, 7?
9.
6?
9 plus.
Right. So guys, you would say that the function f of x is equal to x plus 3 maps the x values onto the y values. Okay, do we understand that? Do we understand that a function,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
all a function does, right? It takes in that input and it gives you an output. That's all it does. And it had different types of functions. Let me just say a function might have square it minus 3 and then divide by 2. Sure. A function can do that. Right? So you're just gonna put something in into the function is gonna do something to it, and it's gonna give you the y value. Right? Do we understand the basic premise of a function?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Right? And what I drew here is called a mapping diagram. Right. Okay, cool. So I think we understand this. So in summary, f of x maps what onto what? It maps what onto what? It
X
maps
onto
Maps
Y.
the x onto y, sir.
right. We get into this just now, but if f of x maps x onto y, what do you think f inverse x does? It's a kind of
Maps
something.
y onto x,
Y
sir.
onto X.
Yeah, exactly. So keep that in mind, right? So under functions, when we're doing functions, you need to be familiar with um you need to know how to find for f of x. So like find the function, find the output when I give you a specific value, right? You need to know composite functions. So that's when you put in a function into a function, right? You need to know how to find the inverse function. And these are the main things you need to be familiar with. So let's move on to our past paper question one time. Right, one time. Which one? I saw a nice question yesterday. 2021. That was our boy. Give me a second. I saw like a nice paper. January 2021. Good. Here's the question. Start talking about. So guys, let's do this question, right? Real easy. Real easy. Who wants to do the question with me? Promise it real easy. Like real easy. Wow. Real easy. Do I have any takers? Time is of the essence, guys.
Please, sir.
All right. So do you see that the notation is slightly different over here? Slightly different, right?
Yes, sir.
And you need to understand that means the same thing as f of x, right?
As f of
Or
x.
the 3 minus 2x. What this is telling you, it's telling you that it maps the x values onto the y value. via this operation over here, 3 minus 2x. Is there anybody
Yes,
that's confused by this? I'm saying that this is the same thing as this. Are you confused?
No,
no,
sir.
sir.
No, sir.
All right. So guys, they gave us an incomplete mapping diagram. We need to figure out what A is. So if you put in x is minus 1 into it, could we figure out A? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Right?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
I'm just gonna replace x with what?
With one
Negative
negative.
1.
That's all, right? So 3 minus 2, open bracket, what?
Negative 1.
Right? Minus 2 by minus 1 is,
Positive 2, sir.
right? What is 3 plus 2?
5.
My answer is 5. Easy or hard?
Easy, sir.
What do you think? Easy or hard?
Easy.
Right? So A is, look how much space that way. Look how much trees I'm killing, boy. Nah, boy. Are you seeing this? Ridiculous. Like, what are you going to expect me to write? The alphabet? A is equal to 5. Right. So I presume everybody okay with this, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So I could do understand. I am a little confused.
All right. Well, it's okay. Stay with me, right? Stay with me. I'm going to run through this whole concept with you. So I'm seeing a function. You put something into a function. The function does something to the number, and then it gives you an output. Right? And you can tell me, and you can do a bunch of things with a number. Maybe you can multiply a number by something. You can add something to the number. You can take away something from the number. And
Yes, sir.
so over here, they're telling us that f of x is equal to 3 minus 2x. So in other words, this is the function. So if I put something into this function, right, I'm going to multiply it by 2 and then take it away from 3. That's what this function is telling me. So whatever I put into the function, I'm going to get this output. That confuses you, or you understand that?
I understand that, sir.
So let me ask you a question. If we put 2 into the function, so we say x is equal to 2, how would I find for f of 2?
By multiplying by 2 and taking it away by 3, sir.
Right? So anywhere I see 2, I'm going to write what instead? So check it out. What did we replace x with?
2.
2. So anywhere I see x here, I'm going to replace that with 2. So instead of writing x, I'm going to write 2. Did that confuse you?
Oh, okay. I get it.
So that would be minus 2 by 2, which is what? Where's minus 2 by 2? Tell me, what's negative 2 by 2?
1, sir.
Nah, no one. Forget about the sign for now, right? Forget about the sign for now. If I ask you what 2 by 2 was, what would you tell me?
4.
Right? 4. And now look at the sign. So you have negative 2 multiplying by positive 2. What's a negative by a positive?
A negative.
Right. So put the negative here now. 3 minus 4 is?
Negative 1.
Yeah. Right? Just to remind you,
Yes, sir, I get it.
these are the rules for multiplication. Plus by plus equals a plus. Negative by a negative is equal to a,
Positive.
right? A positive by a negative is
Negative.
a negative by a positive is a
Negative.
cool. So you understand what I tell you, right? Just forget about the sign, multiply it out. 2 by 2 is 4, right? And you have negative by positive, negative by positive, negative. That's it.
Oh, okay, sir. Thanks.
No problem. So let me understand the question, all right? So in this question now, they want us to figure out what we're going to get when x is negative 1. And we could see that this is the function here, 3 minus 2x.
Yes, sir.
So anywhere I see x over here, what am I going to replace it with?
-1.
Exactly. So I'm going to write 3 minus 2. And instead of writing x, I'm going to put -1 in brackets. Tell me if that confuses you.
No, sir. I understand.
So again, forget what is signs for now. Where's 2 by 1?
Negative.
Wait, forget about these signs for
2.
now. Forget about the negatives. Pretend it don't exist, right? What is 2 by 1?
2.
2, right? And then now we can look at the signs. What's a negative and a negative?
A positive.
Right, right. How much 3 plus 2?
5.
How easy?
All right, easy. Thanks, sir.
No problem. You see, like how she come and tell me she was confused. All you had to do that. A lot of these things, not that hard. You just need to tell me you're confused and you'll get to the solution. All right. So we understand how to put things into a function, yeah? Yeah or no? Let me know if we understand that.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Next thing I want to look at is inverse functions. Right? So we understand that the regular function f of x, it maps x into y. So it takes in an input x and it gives you an output y. So the inverse function now is going to accept the y values and give you the x value back. So let me show you what I mean by this. Aaron, you there?
Yeah, sir.
So can we see that the regular function x plus 3 in blue goes from x to y? Yeah? X to y.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, the inverse function, it would take in 4 and it would give you what?
they would supposed to give you 1, sir.
Right? It would take in 5 and it's supposed to give you?
2,
It would take in 7 and give you?
4,
And somebody else, the inverse function, it would take in 9 and give you?
6.
6, right? So you're probably wondering, well, how am I going to find the inverse function now? Let me just write down the general steps. Your first step, right? Let the function be equal to y. Right, so you're going to let the function be equal to y, right? Then you're going to swap x and y term, swap x with y. So swap x and y, right? Make y the subject. Gonna make y the subject, right? Then you're going to replace y with the inverse function notation. Right. So guys, let's apply these steps. So my function here was x plus 3, right? And somebody remind me, this function takes us from x to what?
Y,
Right. I want to figure out
Y.
the inverse. Instead, no, I want to go from y to x. So if I put in one of the y values, I'm supposed to get the x value. So the first step to find the inverse function, we are going to let the function f of x be equal to y. Right? So let f of x be equal to y. And you're probably wondering, well, why are we doing that? Remind me, guys, when you put something into a function, you get output, right? Yeah, you get output.
Yeah, sir.
What do we call the output? So you go from x to
Y.
right. So that's why I'm saying that this entire thing would give you y. That makes sense or it confuse you?
No, sir, I get it.
So we're gonna say y is equal to x plus 3, right? Y is equal to x plus 3. What's the next step?
You have to replace y with you have to replace x and y, so swap it.
So tell me what I should write in the next line.
It'll be x is equal to y plus 3.
Right, and what's my next step?
You have to make y the subject.
Right. So currently, y is on the what side?
The right hand side. So
So if it's on the right-hand side, it should be the only thing over there. Is it the only thing over there?
No, sir.
Nah, the tree is over there. So here what? We should probably move across that tree, yeah? If I move
Yeah.
across that tree, they're gonna turn to what?
-3, sir.
So that's what y is. If I write y is equal to x minus 3, would I lose you guys?
No, sir.
Okay, good. So what's the last step?
Replace y with the inverse function notation.
So if the original function was f of x, then the inverse function would be just f minus 1x, right? And that would be equal to x minus 3. Now you're probably confused, probably saying, well, so just tell me that, this thing mapping y onto x, but I'm not seeing any y here. Huh. Who here confused by that? Tell me.
Listen.
Okay, well, let me explain something, right? Check this, right? Check this. But first of all, let me just check that it works, right? Let's just check that it works. So we said that the inverse function is supposed to map what onto what? It's supposed to take us from where to where?
Y onto x.
Y to x, right? So if I plug in a y value, I'm supposed to get the x value, yeah? Yeah or no?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is the table here. This was the table. So I have a question, guys. If I were to put 4 into this function, what am I supposed to get?
You're supposed to get 1, sir.
Let's see if it works. Where's 4 minus 3?
1, sir.
Did it work?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. To the person that's confused, I want you to come and let's do a scenario together, right? Let's do a scenario. So if I put 5 into the inverse function, what is it supposed to do?
Here it is, sir.
Exactly. So anywhere I see x in the inverse function, what am I going to write instead?
2.
5, right? Going to write 5 because I'm putting in 5. And I'm supposed to get,
Okay.
when I'm
2.
putting, I'm supposed to get 2, right? So the inverse function is x minus 3, right? So x is 5. So I'm going to replace x with 5. 5 minus 3. What's 5 minus 3?
2, sir.
Yeah, you saw it working?
Yes, sir.
Let's try another one. If I put 9 into the inverse function, what am I supposed to get?
6.
6. Right? What is 9 minus 3?
6.
6. So let me do something that's going to make it a lot less confusing. So what happens is when you find the inverse function, the domain and the range actually switch. Guys, isn't the domain the set of values you're putting into the function? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the most basic definition of a function, wasn't the domain the set of values are putting into the function to get our output? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have a question, right? For the inverse function, what are we putting into the function? Are we putting in these values or these values? One or two?
Y.
Again,
The
the
Y value.
y value, sir.
So let me explain something. The y values now, it come like the, instead of it being the range now, it comes like the,
I mean,
exactly. Because guys, and when you're doing the inverse function now, And this is what we actually putting into the function. That,
Yeah.
yeah. So you see that 4, 5, 7, and 9? That's swapping now. That's now going to be treated as the domain. And you see that 1, 2, 4, 6? That's now going to be treated as the,
As a range or codomain.
yeah. So that's why you're not seeing y over here. That's why in my final answer, you're not seeing y anywhere. Because when you find the inverse function, you actually swap the domain and the range. Because now you're no longer putting in the x values, you're putting in the y values. So the y values, now become the domain. Aaron, that confused you? You understand that?
So I get it.
Okay, good. And guys, somebody, when I put 4 into the inverse function, what did I get? When I plugged in 4, what did I get?
You got one, sir.
Yeah. When I plugged in 5, what did I get? Somebody tell me. When I plugged in 5 into the inverse function, what did I get?
2.
2, sir.
Does the mapping diagram make sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
When I plugged in 9, what did I get?
6.
6.
Okay, if I put 7 into the function, what do you think I'm going to get?
4.
Yeah. All right, so I hope that makes sense. So I just explained how to find the inverse function as well as the concept for the inverse function. So the inverse function, all it does, it just takes you from the y values to the x values. So if you plug in the y values, right, you're going to get back the x values. But what tricks most students is the fact that it actually switches. Because Aaron, again, enter equality set of values, you're plugging in the domain. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when you do the inverse function, doesn't that actually switch now?
Yeah. It switches.
Because you're no longer putting in the x values. This time you're putting in the y values. And when you put in the y values,
Yeah.
you're getting back the
It's supposed to get back the X values.
right. But again, the thing that's maybe if I do this, it would confuse you less. But the whole point of it is it switches, and that's what's confused students. So what I want you guys to do for me, I want you all to take a screenshot. We just said a very important part of functions. And if you're confused, by all means, come unmute, let me talk it through together, and let me make this thing make sense. Because I promise it really not hard to understand if you really try. Is there anybody that's like extremely, extremely confused? All right. So here we're going to do. I just going to send this in the group chat, right? Because you need to know this information. Like you need to know this information here, right?
Yes, sir. So can I ask a question?
Sure, no problem.
Right now I having some problems getting the Casio calculator from where I'm from. What other alternative you think I could use?
You can guess. Okay, where are you from? I need to ask that first. Which part? Which area?
Rio Claro. Rio Claro.
Rio Claro.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, um, I'll find out for you. So the closest place to you is Princeton, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. My girlfriend is actually from Princeton. I'll trouble she should go check. But there's the other alternatives is a Sunway, right? Or I think it's Quast 2 or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Class two.
Yeah, Sunway or Quast 2. And these are cheaper than the Castle, like 120 to like $150. And they're like just as good.
Okay. So that one has as much problems as I have in the shop.
No, it would be like real
Right.
sets. These sets.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. So I'll send this in the group chat. That being said, Here what? We're ready to attack some past paper questions now. So just to summarize, guys, the original function maps what onto what?
X onto Y, sir.
And the inverse function?
Y onto X, sir.
Right. Yeah. Word. So let's do this question. Determine in their simplest form expressions for the inverse of the function f inverse x. So guys, what was the function for this question?
3 minus 2x, sir.
Right, the function here was 3 minus 2x. So f of x is equal to 3 minus 2x. What is my first step, guys?
You'll have to let the function be equal to Y, sir.
Right, so that f of x is going to turn to y. So I'm going to write y is equal to 3 minus 2x. Okay, somebody else. What's the next step? Somebody else.
Switch y and x.
Say that again.
Switch y and x.
Right, so you tell me what I should write next.
X is equal to 3 minus 2y.
Right. We want to find for what next?
And to find for y.
Y is on the what side here?
The right side.
And what's the y term?
Minus 2y.
Yes, that's the y term. So what shouldn't be on your right hand side then?
3. So you have to put it to the left. So it'll be x minus 3.
So how am I going to find for 1y now?
Divided by -2 on both sides.
Right? So your final answer is y is equal to x minus 3 all over minus 2. Does that confuse anybody? Or is that one thing? When you're writing the final answer, you're not going to write this, right? You're going to actually write
Yes.
f inverse x. You can write f inverse x, right, is equal to this. Your last step is to write it in the inverse notation form. Okay, 1 mark. That's kind of wicked. A little wicked. Right? Wow. But do we understand this, guys?
Yes, sir.
No.
No? Okay, Faith, I'm happy that you told me that. Well, I'm not happy that you don't understand, but happy that you tell me you don't understand. And if you get
The
on,
last one made sense, but okay, I realize you take down the last equation and you put it back. So now we're dealing with y. All right, but after the x, I get confused. After we reach the point with the x, like why we move across the tree.
all right. So do you know the steps in finding for the inverse function? Let me write down the steps here. So these are the steps. Proceed, I see you raise your hand.
Yeah, so I had to go now, actually.
All right. Well, thank you for coming. I hope you get some rest. You get some sleep.
Thank
Right.
you, sir.
And best of luck. I wish you the best. Right? So Faith, I want you to read through the steps there for me.
Let the function be equal to y.
First
Swap
things
the
first,
x and y.
Wait, first things first. The function is f of x, right? So in the next line, what did you see me do?
Y.
Right? So this already.
So it's f of y.
No, it's f of x. But Faith, what I'm saying is, what a function does, it takes in an input x, so you put something in, and you get an output y. So in other words, f of x gives you y. So f of x is equal to y.
Okay,
Because
okay.
if you put something into a function, right? Like f of 1 or something, it would give you a value, and that value would be the y value. So f of x is y. It gives you y, right? So that's what it is.
It represents y.
Yes.
Okay.
Then we did what?
Make y the subject.
All right, so we swap x and y, and now we're going to make it the subject. So let me ask that question. If we want to make y the subject,
Okay. You have to move it across the number line.
yeah, then move across 3,
So
yeah?
you're gonna put 2y equals to x minus 3.
Not so fast. You're
Is
close,
that
eh? You're
correct?
real close. You're real close. You're real close. You said 2y, but it'll be minus 2y. Minus 2y. Because watch.
Oh,
I move across the 3, right? So if I want to find for y, the y term here should be the only thing there, right? And you can see the y term is minus 2y over there.
yeah.
That should be the only
Yeah.
thing there. So x minus 3, right? And that'll be equal to minus 2y. Yes or no?
Yes.
And if I want to find for 1y, I need to divide both sides by,
Minus 2.
right, because I'm multiplying y by minus 2. So I need to do the opposite to cancel it off. So the minus 2 and the minus 2 would cancel off to leave you with y. So my final line, the y is equal to x minus 3 all over minus 2. Does that confuse you?
It's important to put the minus 2 to the bottom.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Let me explain something, right? Let me explain something. Watch this, right? If I write, first things first, Fate, some of this legal. Could I say 1 is equal to 7?
No.
Yeah or no? Could 1 ever be equal to 7?
No.
No. So let me explain why you need to do something. Let me explain why you need to do something on both sides. Let me start off with 7 is equal to 7. Am I a mad person or does this make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. Let me just say a minus 2, right? But let me just say you was feeling a little lazy. So you know what you do? You only minus one side by 2. What's 7 minus 2?
5.
Is 5 equal to 7?
No.
No. So you're supposed to do minus 2 on that side as well, hence?
Yeah.
Okay. On to the part about division. Let me just say you decided to, divide by 2, right? And you feel a little lazy. So you say, okay, I'll do it on this side alone.
Oh, okay, so it must equal to the other side.
No, because
So
7
that's
over
why
2
it's
is, yeah. Because 3.5 would not be equal to 7. Whatever you do on one side, you need to do on the other side to maintain the equality. Make sense?
yeah.
All right. So you need to divide both sides by minus 2. That's why. Right? Awesome.
So when you do it, we need to divide both sides by minus 2. That's
Oh, see that? Okay.
see that.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
We deep in the maths today. They have vibes, boy. Like we just deep into the maths, boy. Yeah, Faith. So Faith, do you understand the general procedure?
Yes.
And then the last line is to replace y with the inverse function notation. So the original function was f of x, right? So the inverse function notation would just be f minus 1x. So I'll say f minus 1x is equal to, the answer we found there, that's the inverse function.
Yeah.
So Faith. Oh, yeah. My bad. Yeah, so Faith. Can you remind me what the original function does? It maps what onto what? It takes it from what?
Max x onto y.
X onto y, right? So you plug in an x value and you get a y value, yeah?
Yeah.
So the inverse function, it kind of sounds like it does the opposite, yeah? Inverse, opposite.
It maps y onto x.
Right. So let me show you this. Let me show you a proof of this, right? Because maybe you had trust issues.
Yeah, just
Yeah. So Faith, you're probably confused. You're probably saying, well, sir, I'm not seeing a y over here. Don't worry. What happens is
Yeah.
for the inverse function, the domain and the range actually switches. You'll see what I mean by that shortly. But the point is, if I put a y value into this, I'm supposed to get an x value. Watch and see it. You're gonna see it and it could be like, oh. So Faye, that's the inverse function we came up with, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the mapping diagram, this all the elements here is x, right? I would call that the domain. And all the f of x, that represents the set of y values. Again, that's why we're saying f of x is equal to y, because that represents the y values you're gonna get. And we call that the range. You with me so far?
Yeah.
All right, so
I
here,
understood this part. I just didn't understand the last part
so here we're
that we
gonna happen,
did.
right?
This part is
All right, so here we're gonna happen. Faith, I just told you that the inverse function maps y onto x. So I want you to pick a y value for me. Pick a y value from the table. From the diagram, I mean.
from the table. 1 of 1.
Wait, that's from over here. Pick a y value. Pick one. That's the y values.
1.
One. So over here, right?
Yeah.
So if I plug this into my inverse function, what am I supposed to get?
You're supposed to get back 1.
Right, because it would take me from the y to x. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So anywhere I see x, I'm going to replace with 1, right? So 1 minus 3 all over minus 2. What is 1 minus 3?
2.
Nah, not positive 2. 1 minus 3.
Negative 2.
Right? What's negative 2 over negative 2?
0.
Nah, no, no, not 0. I'm going to ask that question, right? How much times negative 2 going to negative 2?
Ones.
Right, so the answer is 1. Yeah. It's division, right? Let me ask another question. If I had negative 4 over negative 4, how much times negative 4 going to negative 4?
Ones.
So it wouldn't tell me 0, right? It's 1. And if it's confusing here, watch. What's a negative divided by a negative?
A positive.
Right? So you can figure out what the negatives, right? And just look at 2 over 2. Where's 2 over 2?
1.
Right. So Faith, when I plugged in 1 into my inverse function, I got back the 1, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Let's look at a slightly different example. Because in this example is the same thing, right? Maybe we should try this. So when I put 5 into my inverse function, what am I supposed to get?
Negative 1.
I'm supposed to get negative 1. And why? Because the inverse function maps y onto x. Right? So anywhere that I see x, I'm going to put 5. So you tell me what to write. If this is the inverse function, you tell me what to write here.
X 5 minus 3 over negative 2, sir.
Okay, Faith, do you agree with what he said?
Give me a second.
So you're putting in 5 into the inverse function. Anyway, you see x, you write in 5 instead.
Shouldn't that be 5x though?
5x. No, watch. X is something you're going to
Oh,
put into the
sorry, yeah.
function. So we are replacing x with 5. So let me know if you understand this.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that part.
What's 5 minus 3?
2.
Right? What is 2 over minus 2? So again, forget about the signs. What's 2 over 2?
1.
Right?
1.
And what is a positive divided by a negative?
A negative, sir.
Right. So Faith, do we get the negative 1?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're probably wondering, well, yeah, this is clearly y values. Why am I calling it x instead? The reason is for the inverse function, right? These values actually become the x values, and these values become the y value. And let me explain what I'm saying, Faith. When you put in, okay, the set of values that you put in into a function, you put in, you call that the domain, and that's the x values.
I understand that, but I don't like it. I
You know, like,
find the Y should be, yeah, I don't like it.
but does it make sense? Make sense?
Yes.
So if I were to put 3 into my inverse function, what would I get? What am I supposed to get? Without doing any calculation, what am I supposed to get?
You're supposed to get 3 minus 3 over negative 2.
What's 3 minus 3?
3 minus 3. I want to say 0, no,
Yeah,
but
well, 0, 0.
I
3
feel the
minus,
answer is
no, 3 minus 3 is
0.
0.
All right.
And what is 0 over minus 2?
0 over minus 2.
How much times minus 2 go into 0?
0 times.
Right, 0. See? So when you put 3 into the inverse function, you'll get 0. Make sense?
All right. Yeah.
So for the inverse function, any values you put in over here, you're going to get its corresponding value here. So if I were to put minus 1 into the inverse function, what do I work? Don't do any work in it. Tell me what I'm supposed to get. What am I supposed to get?
You're supposed to get 2.
Exactly. And watch. Minus
So
1
what you're
minus,
saying is I could use any function that they give me, right? And I'll still get back my answer.
not any function. I mean any y value. Any y value.
Yeah.
And that will give me the corresponding x value. Yeah. Yeah. Right? And if you put minus 1 minus 3 over minus 2. Minus 1 minus 3 is minus 4. Right? Negatives cancel off. 2 into 4 is 2. So guys, does everybody understand how to plug in a value into f of x, as well as how to find the inverse function and what it means? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Right? What I want to look at now is composite functions. Right? Composite functions. Right? Just please remember these steps. It's going to get a little trickier, but does everybody here know how to do cross multiplication? Yeah, we know how to do cross multiplication.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Sir.
Yeah, so it should be fine. It should not be hard. Right? But I want to move on to another topic, right? In functions and relations. Right? So composite functions. When you hear the word composite, you think of what? Composite.
Multiplying.
Mixed.
Yeah, mixed. When I hear the word composite, I think of more than one. Yeah, you have more than one. More,
I think of everything, sir. Like composite, like everything that includes that topic, sir.
yeah, that's good. Composite, right? It includes multiple things, right? So composite functions. This means that you are going to put a function into a function. So put a function into a function. So let me show you guys what we're going to do, right? Yeah, example. Before we even move on, tread carefully, right? Let's just say I give you a function g of x, and I told you g of x was 5 minus x squared, right? I told you g of x was 5 minus x squared. Tell me, guys, how would I find um how would I find g of 1? Somebody tell me, how would I find g of 1?
5 minus 1 squared.
right? 5 minus, and I would recommend putting brackets, right? 5 minus open 1, open bracket 1, close bracket squared. And what would you get? 1 squared is just 1. 5 minus 1 is 4. Okay, if I ask you to find if I ask you to find g of 7, how would you do that?
You're gonna say 5 minus 7 squared, so
Okay, I'll go see where I'm going with this, right? 7 squared is?
49.
49.
What is 5 minus 49?
Negative 44.
Okay, what about g of minus?
It'll be 5 minus 3 squared.
Wait, so who here thinks that this is correct?
No.
I said minus 3, so minus 3 squared.
It's supposed to say minus, open bracket, minus 3 squared.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because watch, the function is 5 minus then x squared. X is minus 3. So you're going to put minus 3 in brackets and you're going to square it.
Okay,
Right.
so I understand it.
What is minus 3 squared? Minus 3 by minus 3.
9
Positive 9.
So 5 minus 9 is?
minus 4.
Negative 4.
Now, guys, I kind of go in somewhere with this, right? Anything I put inside the bracket, I'm going to replace x with that. Oh, let's see it now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All of you guys seeing that? Whatever I put in the bracket, that is what I replace an x with. Faith, you seeing that? Whatever I put in the bracket, I replace an x with that.
Yeah, seeing that.
Okay, so let's just say now I give you another function. I told you we had a function, and the new function was f of x. And I said that, f of x was x plus 3, right? And then I had another function, h of x, and I said h of x was, say, 2x. Some people might die here. But like, guys, just have an open mind. Please, it's really not that hard. I promise. It's really not that hard. So the first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to find, let me just say you want to find g f of x, right? G f of x. How would you find g f of x? So another way we could think about this is we could think about it like this. We could think of it as g f of x. That's another way we could think about it. And in thinking about it like that, what are we actually putting into g? What is f of x? Tell me, guys, what is f?
X plus 3.
X plus 3.
So guys, yeah, this was looking a little complicated. So we said, maybe we could write it like this. I lose any of you guys from here to here?
No.
No, sir.
And guys, did I lose anybody from here to here?
No, sir.
No, because what do we know f of x is? What do we know f of x is?
F of x is x plus 3.
Right, so I just need to find gx plus 3. Now, guys, instead of me having x inside the bracket, what am I having in the bracket now? What is in the bracket now?
X plus 3.
Right, so what am I going to replace x with?
X plus 3, sir.
Yeah. So it's going to be g open bracket x plus 3. And that's going to be equal to 5 minus, and you will see why I was putting brackets the whole time. I'm going to put minus open bracket x plus 3 close bracket squared. Did I confuse you guys?
No, sir, I got it.
What about the rest of you guys? Did you all get that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Faith, what about you? Tell me if you're confused now.
No, I understand.
All right, now you gotta be, oh God, I can't stress how careful you gotta be here, right? I really can't stress how careful you have to be. So here what we're gonna do, right? You see this minus sign on the outside there? That's trouble. That is trouble. So I'm going to open up another pair of brackets, right? And now we're going to start to multiply this out. So guys, x plus 3 squared, isn't that just x plus 3 by x plus 3?
Yeah, sir.
Yes or no, guys? I'm gonna know.
Yeah, sir.
What about the rest of you all? Do we know that x plus 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Faith, do you know that? Tell me.
Yeah, I know that.
Now, guys, how much of you all would have said x squared plus 9? Be honest. How much of you all would have said x squared plus 9?
I was not going to ask you that.
uh,
Yeah.
that's very wrong. Don't do that. Anytime you
All
have
right.
a product of two binomials, and again, a binomial means two terms, right? So over here you have one x term and you have another term. You're adding them. So you have two terms. Same thing over here. Anytime you have a situation like this is what you're going to do. What is the first term inside this bracket?
X, sir.
So we're going to multiply x by, so in other words, I'm going to take the first term here and I'm going to multiply it by every single thing in the second bracket. So let's do that first, right? And then we'll move on to the tree. Right? So what is x by x?
X squared
And what are we multiplying next?
by x by 3, sir.
What is x by 3?
3x.
Okay, are you understand that so far? Like, I scare anybody so far? Like, are you understand that?
Yes.
You understand, sir?
Okay, what is the next term in this bracket?
3.
Right? Positive 3. So I'm going to repeat the same process. I'm going to multiply every single thing by 3. So what is 3 by x?
3x.
3 by 3?
9.
All right. Now, before we move on, right? Could we simplify anything inside here? Are you all seeing any like
Yes, sir.
terms? What like terms are you seeing here?
Yes, sir. 3x, sir.
3x.
Right, guys, would we say that x squared and 3x is like terms?
No, sir.
No, because one is being squared and the other one is just x to the power 1. It's a linear term, right? They're not the same species. It's like a parrot and a monkey, right? They can't do anything. One is yeah, one is just like the one was saying, this one just have a higher power. So you don't mix too well with the other ones. That's a good way to think about it because what this one is being raised to the power 2, so it's of a higher power than these. Right? So like it don't commingle. That's touch people activity boy. Right? So guys, what is 3x plus 3x?
6x.
Right? Now here what? Now we could drop the brackets. But here what we're gonna do, right? Oh, you see this negative sign on the outside? Oh, you see that?
Yeah.
We need
Yeah.
to distribute that across all the terms on the inside. Students always make this mistake. People go write 5 minus x squared plus 6x plus 9. And if you're guilty for that, tell me. Who guilty of that?
I.
I would have do something like this too, back in the class. But now I know better. It's okay if you're able to make the mistake. The important thing is you don't make the mistake in the exam, right? So you're gonna take this
Yeah,
negative sign.
I realized I was gonna do real madness if it is I wasn't doing this.
Well, if I continue doing this. Oh, all right. All right. So guys, we're gonna multiply x squared by negative. So in other words, a simple way to think about it is just change the signs for everything here. Just change the signs. So positive x squared going to turn to what?
Negative.
Right? We're gonna a little more to write next.
Plus
Negative.
30x.
Wait, yo, I'll put on my camera for this one. I'll put on my camera for this one. Wait.
Whoa,
Whoa. Pause. Take your time.
Remember what we're doing.
Aaron, take your time, huh? But Aaron, we have a negative
plus
sign.
I get confused. I thought you meant I get confused. I thought you meant we doing the fives, and I didn't pay attention to the minus sign. I thought you meant the five itself.
Oh, no. Watch this, right? You see this negative sign on the outside? They have to apply
Yeah.
this to every single term on the inside, every single thing on the inside.
So we're distributing the minus sign to every term.
Yeah, that's why you see me put these arrows. I distributing everything. I distributing a negative sign for everybody. Like, okay, you here, take a negative, take a negative, take a negative. Everybody taking a negative, right? So yeah, tell me, right? What is a negative by positive 6?
Negative 6x.
Right. What is a negative by plus 9?
And negative 9, sir.
Right?
Needing you the other two.
Right? Before we continue, right? So let me look at 3 or 4 more question. And before we continue, you need to simplify completely. Are you all seeing any like terms here?
The 5 and the 9, sir.
Right. 5 and the minus 9. What's 5 minus 9?
Negative 4, sir.
So my final answer is negative x squared minus 6x, right? Minus 4. So you see this example, I want you to copy this example down. I need you to copy this down. Take your time and copy it down. All right? And if all you think like all you have it, right? I want all you to try this question for me. I want you to try to figure out what g h of x would be. G h of x. Right. So I give you all this 7 minutes in all. Right. So go, guys. May the math gods be with you.
And the first one you did in the
All right. So, guys, I have a question, right? I have a question. If I had negative
Yes,
2
sir.
over here, right? If I had negative, okay, if instead of 5 minus x squared, it was 5 minus 2x squared, right? Do we understand that would I multiply every single thing inside here by minus 2?
Yes, sir. And
Talk to me. Wait, should I again? You was talking and then I just stopped hearing you.
oh God, sorry. When it says we reach down to this part here, so by 5 minus x squared plus 6x plus 9, I almost thought that I would have to multiply everything in the bracket by 5 minus.
Oh,
But
oh,
then
no.
when you went to but then when you went on, I realized okay, we just add any minus to everything else until when we take out the brackets.
Yeah, because watch. It's 5 minus this entire thing. So like the 5 not being multiplied by anything there. Like if it was, you'd have see 5 by this. So then you would have
Yeah, I
multiplied everything by
realized
minus 5.
that after.
Okay, good,
Yeah,
good,
I see
good.
that after.
You're getting ready for the exam.
I hope so, yes.
I said that again?
I say I hope so.
Me too. You'll get it, you'll get through, man. If you want to put in any work, I'll help you. I'll be there. Put in any work with you.
Thanks, so thanks.
No problem.
It's the exam.
I don't, the 8th? The exam is the 6th or the 8th? Paper 2.
The sixth. The sixth.
That just know, boy.
Like,
Boy, that just know. You see, like maths is a thing that's like you can't really have a proper crash course on maths because like you just learn maths for 4 years of your life, right? In like in CSEC. So like do all that in like a couple hours. It's crazy.
I got my night dream.
Yeah, like I trying to do this in like the most give like the most time, but like it's hard. It's kind of hard. Yeah. Like she was saying that she might have had multiply everything by 5.
Yeah, you can, you know.
You can't do that.
And once you have
You might do that.
yeah, I would be.
I would see all these things needs to be.
Yeah, I think about it.
Mhm. All of these things, like the small mistakes, also need to be taught as well. Like you need to be able to recognize the small mistakes you can make. Because like sometimes people will just show you the correct answer, but not show you what could go wrong. Why are you doing it?
I don't do that too, but I try not to cram up. Well, it's behind.
Yeah, guys. So I want you to at least attempt GH of X, right? Please, at least attempt it. It's not as hard as the first one. It's not as hard, right?
Yeah, we have one operation.
Yeah, it's not a binomial. It's just one term. It's just 2x, so it should be easier, right? I'm coming back. Okay, guys, are you all ready to see if your answer is correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what am I putting into the function g? What am I putting into g?
5 minus x squared.
G h of x, sir.
I'm putting in h of x. Somebody said 5 minus x squared. Nah. Watch this, right? I could rewrite that as g and h of x in brackets. So as you can see, I'm actually putting in h of x into g. So what is x? What is h of x? What is h of x? Somebody tell me what's
2x.
X.
2x, right? So what that means is anywhere that I see x in g of x, what am I going to actually write instead?
2x,
2x.
sir.
2x.
Do you all agree with that? Do you all agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So again, just so nobody is confused, h of x is what we are putting inside g. Oh, that's what we're putting inside. And what exactly is h of x? Well, h of x is 2x. So anywhere that I see x in g of x, I'm actually going to write 2x instead of x. All right, so I'll write 5 minus an open bracket 2x. If you did not put in brackets, chances are you're gonna get the answer wrong. Eh? I've been putting brackets for the past however much times for a reason. Brackets are there for a reason, right? So 5 minus open bracket 2x close bracket squared. Who here had up to this point?
I had
Me,
answer.
sir. Me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. Okay, what does 2x squared mean?
2x multiplied by 2x, sir.
Do you all agree with him? That 2x squared means 2x by 2x.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree. What's 2 by 2?
4
What's x by x?
x squared.
Explain.
If you had this, you would have been correct.
Yeah, I had that, sir.
How about the rest of you guys?
Yes, sir.
I only hear from Iran. Gills. Did you all make a mistake somewhere?
Yes, sir.
What mistake you made?
I didn't put 4x.
You just said x squared.
Yeah, that's the x squared.
But let me ask that question, right? Check it out, right? Whatever x is, we are squaring it. So in this instance, x is actually 2x. So you have to square this entire thing. That's why I'm putting in brackets. So if it's 2x
Yeah,
in brackets squared, that means 2x by 2x. 2 by 2 is 4, and x by x is x squared. You understand it?
yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, nice. I want a little redeem on itself, right? I think I can handle a difficult example. One similar to like this difficulty.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think so, sir.
Okay. So what if I give you another function? Let's just say e of x. And e of x was minus x plus 2. And if that's the case, I want you to find g, right? Ge of x. Before we start, I'm plugging what into g of x?
E of x, sir.
And what is e of x?
Minus x
Minus
plus
x
2.
plus 2.
So anywhere I see x over here, I'm going to write what?
Minus x
Minus
plus
x
2
plus 2.
Minus x plus 2 by itself or in brackets?
in brackets.
Brackets.
Okay, good. Now, guys, take a little time with this, please. It's a cutthroat question. It's not going to be easy. Take 5 minutes and give it a try. You could follow example 1 for some clues. Faith, do you understand what's happening here? Or not?
I'll let you know. Give me a second.
Sure.
You see about right here,
Let me see.
like I'm not getting it to match up. Like it's not coming into one for me.
Okay, it won't. Because I'm asking that question.
I got like they won't. It's okay.
Say that again?
It's okay if they don't come together.
It's fine. And let me explain something. In question 2, right? What was I plugging into?
Mm-hmm.
What was I plugging in into the function? What was I putting in into g of x? What was inside of
Just
it?
plugging in h, which is 2x.
Exactly.
2x.
That's just one term, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. But in this instance, we are plugging in what into the function?
Um, GE of x.
Now, g is the function, and I'm plugging what into it?
E.
E of x. What is E of x?
I
Tell me.
don't know.
Yeah, well, okay, this is E of x.
Oh, negative x plus 2.
Yeah. So this, the working for this question is going to be very similar to the working for question 1, where you had something very similar. Understand?
Yeah. But I reached a point where like I got my answer and I put the 5, the negative sign, then the negative x squared plus 4. And I don't really know where to go from there.
All right. Well, let me see where you send the answer in the chat.
Sure.
Or send it personally if you want. Send it personally. Right? In case you don't want everybody to see the answer. Aaron, I see like you're real cooking, boy. I see you're real cooking. Um, big up you, boy. Aaron, boy. Aaron. Aaron, you there?
Yes, sir.
Aaron, you ready for them, boy? You ready for them? You ready for them, man? Full marks.
I won't be everybody in this class.
Yeah. It just take a little time. But eventually it will happen. All right. Okay, Faith. Let me take it one step at a time, right? One step at a time. So Faith, let's do the question together. and for anybody else that might be struggling. So guys, and Faith, check this, right, Faith? I'm going to write this as G, right? And I'm putting E of X in brackets so you can see it like blatantly. You can see that we're plugging in E of X into G. And we know that E of X is minus X plus 2. So Faith, you understand this part? You are putting in minus X plus 2 into G. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So anywhere that I see X for G of X,
Yes, I have that.
what am I going to write instead? So anywhere that I see X for G of X.
Negative X plus 2.
Exactly, awesome. So you had up to that part correct. So you say 5 minus open bracket minus X plus 2 close bracket squared.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not going to be easy, right? So be patient. I'm going to open up a bracket, then another bracket.
Right, I have there.
Minus X plus 2 close bracket, open bracket, minus X plus 2 close bracket, close bracket. The reason why I'm putting extra brackets is because I have a negative sign on the outside. That's why.
Okay.
Right, so Faith, you see the negative X? We're going to take that. We're going to multiply everything in the second bracket by negative X. You okay with that?
Yeah.
So let's work that out first. So what's negative X by negative X?
Positive X squared.
Right, but so you wrote negative X squared. What?
Yeah, I don't realize my mistake.
See, look, you're figuring it out. Always negative X by positive 2.
Negative X by positive 2 is negative or positive 2X.
If I am a positive, right? This is our what? What's the sign for that? What's the sign for
That's
that?
a negative.
And this is a?
Positive.
It's a negative or a positive.
A negative.
Right. So that's supposed to be negative what? So here was my advice, right? Forget about the signs for now. So forget about the negative and forget about the positive. What is X by 2? Come on, what is X by 2?
2X.
Right? 2X. So write only 2X from it. And then look at these signs. This is our what sign? Negative. And this is a positive. So Faith, if you multiply a negative,
Positive.
you get negative. Right? Right. Do you understand that part?
Yeah, I have that part.
Right. Now I see that you just have negative X squared plus 4. So you didn't fully expand it out. So you need to take the first term and multiply by every single thing in the second bracket. Now we're going to move on to the plus 2. You're going to take that plus 2 and do the same thing, multiply by every single thing in the second bracket. What is plus 2 by negative X?
Negative 2X.
Right. And lastly, you tell me what you think. You end it off. Let me see if you can figure it out. So what do I have to multiply by next?
Positive 2 by positive 2.
What would that be?
4.
Right? Right, so that's what it's supposed to have. That's the correct answer there. Are there any like terms inside the brackets?
The 2x.
Right, you have negative 2x here, and you have negative 2x. If you take 2x, and you take 2x again, how much x did you take?
2.
Now, if you take 2, and you take 2 again, how much you take altogether?
4.
4. Now, if you have problems with this, I would advise you to just put this in the calculator. So negative 2, and you get the answer, negative 4. So that'll be negative 4x. So this is going to be x squared minus 4x, right, plus 4. Okay, let me know if you understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the negative sign on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
You need to distribute that across all.
So we're gonna.
Yeah, you tell me the final answer. Somehow I would write next.
Well, the only like term I see closest to 5, we have the 4 by itself. So I'd say 5 minus 4.
No. You're going to multiply every single thing inside the bracket by the negative sign.
Oh, expand.
Yes. You need to distribute the negative across all the terms before you can do anything.
So negative 5x squared.
Now, not negative 5x squared. You're not multiplying the 5 by anything. It's just everything inside here being multiplied by negative 1. So this is going to work out to be negative x squared.
Negative on your side.
Yeah, you're not seeing it, but like this is the same. That means negative 1, right? So everything here, you're going to multiply by a negative sign. So x squared by a negative sign is negative x squared. What about negative by negative 4x? Tell my fate. What is a negative by a negative?
Negative by negative 4x is
Negative,
positive.
right? So plus 4x. And what is
So
it?
positive 4x.
Right? Plus positive 4x. And what's negative by positive 4? So what's a negative by positive?
A negative.
Right? So that'll be negative 4. So you would have noticed, right, that if there's a negative sign on the outside, we just change the signs for everything inside.
A negative.
Right? So we just change the signs. So this positive x squared turns into negative x squared. This minus 4x turns into plus 4x. And this plus 4 turns into minus 4. Right? Okay. In the
Yeah.
next, are you seeing any like terms?
Yes.
What like terms you seeing?
Well, I see in
Tell me if you see any numbers. Any numbers. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody see any like terms there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. 18, 5 on.
4.
4.
Right. What's 5 minus 4?
1, positive 1.
Right. So it's be negative x squared plus 4x plus 4.
Hello?
Yeah, fit?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, I got logged out for some reason.
Oh,
And I can't see the screen.
uh, everybody's seeing the screen. I think like might be loading on your end.
Okay.
Seeing the screen
Okay,
now?
I seen it now.
Okay, cool. So this is the final answer, Faith.
Yeah, so what we were saying,
I was asking if there was any like terms, and you probably would have said 5 and -4. So 5 minus 4 is just 1. So this was the final answer.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Sure you guys have this copy down, this example, because they will bring questions like this in the exam. Okay, how much of you guys got it correct? Just curious. I know Aaron got it correct.
Yes, sir.
You got it correct as well?
Yeah, I get it, sir.
Big up you. Big up you.
So I got half of it correct, but the part that triggered my was the underneath part. Like you have to watch it good, you know, to simplify it.
Which part confused you? Like over here? Or
No, no, the underneath 5 the x squared plus the 4x squared. Not 4x squared, 4x minus 4.
over here?
I didn't watch it properly. Yeah.
Since you have positive 5 and -4, both are numbers. So yeah, 5 minus 4 is 1.
Yeah, now see it.
Oh, sorry about that. Wait. So Phil, what do you think is the hardest part for you here in this question?
Um, Probably when you reach about, let me see if I can draw it. About here. Because here made sense, and then the rest kind of confused me, but I understand now.
Okay, cool.
Wait.
Right, so as soon as you have that copy down, grammar now, I want to run through some other ways they might bring it, right? And then we can do some past paper questions. We would have effectively looked at most of the things they would bring in functions. They would ask you to fill out a table, you know, they would ask you to find the inverse function as well as composite functions. So now we can do a bunch of past paper questions on functions. Yeah, right? And after this, I'll give a little break, come back, we're going to mash up coordinate geometry. And we look at linear programming too. That's the plan for later today. Functions wasn't that hard. What do you think? I feel like the hardest part about it is the algebra, but not really.
It was
Yeah,
understandable.
I was on that hard. So.
No, it was nice.
Right now, Iran just aura farming. I know Iran just aura farm.
So I think now thinking about it, I think the problem was is that for most of my yeah, like standard form 4 and form 5, our teacher was not very good. So he didn't really like go in depth like the way you do it. So he gave us like the bare minimum and would just tell us to solve stuff. So we didn't really understand properly what to do.
I see, I see. Yeah, a lot of math teachers do that. Like they expect that you would know um what to do. But if you're in a classroom, you probably don't know what to do, right? As a
Yeah.
student, you probably don't know what to do. So you need to see all the mistakes you can make. Also, that's why others make mistakes sometimes, because I feel like I need to see the mistakes people can make, right? I'm not supposed to just see the correct answer. I need to see where you could go wrong in the process.
All about taking on the train. We was good train, good luck.
Then because of that, it is kind of not only prepare we, but we could see different ways that we could go wrong. And now we're gonna know not to make the same mistakes.
Say that again?
I say now it does help we now to not make the same mistakes and we can see where we could go wrong.
Yeah, for sure. Like over here. Now you know not to multiply, you know. Now
Yeah.
not going to you're not going to write like for this line, you're not just gonna write 5 minus x squared, right? And forget about the other ones. You need to multiply everything by minus. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I should make a book about all the ways you could. You know what? I can make a book called Dumb Ways to Die.
Don't wait to feel.
Oh, you know about that book? You know about the game, Dumb Ways to Die? It's a real old game.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
don't miss the feel.
Dumb Ways to Fail. I'm hilarious.
I'll actually be good enough.
That'll actually be good.
Don't waste to feel and just point out
All the mistakes students would make.
Yeah, like
As soon as I get my new laptop, I go and start to just grind, boy. It's kind of start to pull on my back. I want to make a bunch of books. I want to make like an extremely in-depth formula book explaining why and how to use each formula, as well as all the mistakes students would make, and like a worksheet booklet going through like all the possible questions they could bring in CX.
that 300 pages.
Real long, boy. I'll be real long. All right, so you guys go with this? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so
Right, so there's another way they could bring the question, right? They could be like, right, so I want somebody to give me a function. Nothing too crazy, but give me a function.
f is equal to 2x plus 3.
It might be like, okay, find e squared x. Who here confused by this? Salma. If I let's see e squared x, you go, who might be confused?
I think they want you to find the function twice.
Yeah, yeah. So like e squared x, what does that mean? Guys, what does that mean? That means a, right, of a of x. That's what it means. And to go further in depth, it means a of x. So what it means is you are putting a of x into a of x. That's what you're doing. Just like the last questions, right, guys?
I get it.
For instance, if you wanted to find g e of x, right? Fit, if you wanted to find g e of x, didn't that mean it was putting e of x into g? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, guys, if I see a squared x or something like that, it means that you're putting a of x into itself. Yeah. So let's actually solve this now. So like, what is a of x?
2x plus 3.
2x plus 3.
Right. So what's gonna happen here? Well, anywhere that I see x here, I'm gonna replace it with what?
2x plus 3.
Yeah, that's self. So I'm going to write 2. Then, okay, guys, I need to put that 2x plus 3 in brackets, yeah? 2x plus 3. 3. Okay, who confused?
I a little confused. So how we had the 2 outside, sir?
A 2 outside, check this, right? What is the function a of x?
Um
What is a of x say? Tell me, what is a of
A
x?
squared.
No, a of x is equal to 2x minus plus 3. A of x
Yeah.
equal to 2x plus 3. So can we agree that whatever I put here, I'm going to replace x with that?
Oh, okay.
So let me just say I said x was 1. I would replace this x with 1, right?
Okay.
Wait, now I need to make sure you understand that. Watch this, right? Let me just say I ask you to figure out a of 3. How would you do that? How would you find a of 3?
By using 2x plus 3, sir.
Right. And anywhere I see x, what am I going to replace it with? What did I replace the x with?
By 3.
You tell me what to write here.
Oh, 2x plus 3.
What is x? What did I replace x with?
Yeah, replace x with 3.
So instead of writing x, what do you think I'm going to write?
3.
All right. So you tell me what to write. Full working. All right. 2 by.
2 by 3
Yeah.
plus 3.
Right.
Okay.
And
All
so
right.
whatever you put inside the brackets, that is what you're replacing
Yeah.
x with.
Okay.
So 2 by 3 is
6,
6 plus 3 is
9.
right. That's it. So over here now, I wanted you to find e squared x, and I told you it meant a of x, which really means e and a of x is in brackets. What is a of x?
A
Oh,
square.
no, what was the function for a of x? What was a of x equal to?
2x plus 3.
Right. So if a of x is 2x plus 3, wherever I see a of x, I'm just going to write what? What is a of x equal to?
2x plus 3.
Right. So instead of writing a of x, I'm going to write 2x plus 3. Yeah or no? Let me know if you understand this.
Yeah, I understand that part too.
So what you have inside the brackets now?
Ax plus 3.
2x plus 3, right?
Yeah, 2x plus 3, sorry.
That's okay. Over here, what was inside the brackets?
3.
So what we replace x with?
3.
Okay. What's inside the brackets here?
Oh, 2x plus 3.
So what do you think we're going to replace the x with?
2x plus 3. Oh, 2.
No, you said the correct thing. You said 2x plus 3 and then you said 2. I promise.
Okay, 2x plus 3.
Math's very straightforward, huh? And it's like just building upon patterns. So over here, I replace x with,
2x plus 3 up here.
right? And over here this time, I replacing x with.
2x plus 3.
That's all. So, ta-
Yeah, but I understand that part, sir. But when we move lower down, sir, right? And say, all right, we have A and open bracket, and where 2x plus 3 is equal to the 2 here, sir, is why I get a little confused. Where we saying 2 open bracket, 2x plus 3.
you understand it now, or you still want me to explain it?
That's one, I a little confused with that part, so how we get the 2 down here.
All right, you understand this?
Yeah, I understand that.
I want you to look at this and it will make sense. Check it out. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Because like over here. All right. So what we have inside the brackets here,
2x plus 3.
and whatever I have inside the brackets, I can replace x with that.
Yes, sir.
So let me do it from scratch, right? So just remind me, what was the function? What was the original function? A of x was equal to? What was A of x? What was the function?
2x plus 3.
Right. But instead of having A of x, what do we have inside the brackets now?
Um, 2x plus 3.
Right. So anyway I see x, what am I going to replace it with?
2x plus 3.
Right. So you see we had the 2 here, and it was multiplying the 2 by the x. But instead of x,
Oh,
we're going to multiply that by the 2x plus 3.
okay. So, okay, I get it. I get it.
You see why I was asking if you understand this?
Yes, sir.
This is the same concept, right? Wherever you have inside the brackets, you're going to replace x with that. That's it.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
No problem. Your Honor, see how your hand up. Someone.
So I just wanted to say that I'm going to get some food and come back. So I need to kind of eat now. So
Okay, yeah, yeah, go get some food. You sound like you have it under control. Yeah. Right. So, Tama, the person I was talking to, I'm pretty sure I know your name. Just remind me. Just remind me.
Then,
Oh, Danelle, hey, big up yourself. Yeah. Oh, yes, yes. All right. So Danelle,
yes, sir.
you get it now, right?
Yeah, I get it. No.
Okay. So I have a 2 on the outside. I need to take this 2 on what do I with 2?
Yeah, the multiply, sir.
So am I going to just write 4x plus 3? Who would make this mistake?
I would make that mistake too. But not again, sir, from the last time.
Because watch this, right? You see this watch. You see this negative sign here? What we're
Yes,
gonna
sir.
multiply by every single thing inside. If I have a 2 here, we're gonna multiply by every single thing inside. So you tell me what to write.
Yes, sir.
So you're gonna multiply everything by 2 on the inside.
Yes, sir. So we go have. So you got tell me if I'm going wrong, yes, sir. Cause
So I will
all right.
tell you.
So, so we won't have 4x, sir. We will have 4x.
4x is correct. Because I'm asking that question, right? If you have 2 x's, right? And you double it,
Yes, sir.
that'll be 4 x's. Simple. Say
Mm-hmm. Okay.
4x.
4x plus 6.
Right. Right. And well, you had the plus 3 over here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right? So you understand. And another mistake students might make, they might go to multiply this by 2 for some reason. But do you understand that this is not inside the brackets?
Yeah, so we only multiplying everything by 2 that any brackets.
Exactly. So we're gonna end up with again what? 4x plus what?
4x plus 9.
Ah, big up yourself.
That's it.
No problem. So you just got a composite function question correct. Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling real good.
I like that, boy. I like to hear that. That's smiling. That's real good. Right, Yvonne smiling too. That's just seeing teeth. That's just seeing teeth. Teeth. So let me give you a question, right? To follow up on the momentum. Let's just say I had a function, g of x, and the function was 9x minus 7. I want you to find g squared x. G squared x. Right? Feet. Do you understand how I just got the answer for a squared x?
Yes.
So you understand I just put an a of x into itself. I just put it into itself.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Guys, we could get through the exam. Let's go. We could do it. We could do it. We could do it. And if I want right now I rent in my brain. Yeah. I'll go contact me after class for like business inquiries. Gee, I'm rent. Good luck, guys.
Thanks.
So guys, when you get an answer, I want you to unmute and be like, vibes. Give me a little jump scare. A good jump scare though. But like, you know what I want to right? But yeah, correct answer.
Alright, sir.
Do any of you all have an answer? Then now?
Yes, well, I'm sure that's right.
That's okay. The path to
Yes,
success, the path to success is being wrong. You know, you know how to it's just don't give up, right? It just don't give up. Right. So then now You want to run through the working with me?
Yes, sir.
Right. So then now, first things first, what does g squared x mean?
Um, na 9x minus 7.
Hmm. Wait, someone picture you working. I want to see what exactly where you did. Someone picture you working.
Oh, okay. I feel like the madness here now.
That's okay.
Okay, like
Okay, sir.
All right. So like, it don't look that bad, right? It seems I would get the correct answer, but you're working just a little, could be stated a little better. All right. So
Okay.
g squared x means g of x. That's the first thing you're supposed to write. So g squared x means g of x. And that means g of 9x minus 7. If you're confused, let me ask that question, right? What is g of x? What do we know g of x is?
9x minus 7.
Right? So you understand how we get this line,
Yes, sir.
right? Which is where you had. But the top part, like, okay, the first two lines you had, don't put that. They will think you don't know what you're doing. Everything else,
Okay.
everything else is fine. It's just that I think you use the wrong function. Let me see. Right? So now we want to find
Yes, sir.
of 9x minus 7. So anywhere that I see x in g of x, I'm gonna replace it with what?
9x minus 7.
Right. So remember, g of x was 9x minus 7, right? 9x minus 7. So this is what g of x is. This is what g of x is right now. So you tell me what to write here. I don't know.
Um,
So,
9x minus 7, sir.
okay, but what are we putting into the brackets? What are we plugging in?
The
What is
9x?
9x minus 7, right?
Yeah.
So anywhere I see x, I can replace x with,
9x minus 7.
right. So over here I should have, instead of x, I should have,
9x minus 7. I put back in the x.
now you're mistaking me. I see it put 2 by 9x minus 7. It really is supposed to be what by 9x minus 7?
Oh,
Where it should be?
just the 9x minus 7. 9x minus 7.
9x minus 7 by what?
By 2.
Now, where you getting 2 from? Tell me now. Where you getting 2 from?
Uh,
I don't get about it.
well, the reason I put 2 is because I see g squared.
Okay. Well, what does g squared mean? G squared means g by g of x.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
And what does that mean? That means That means that you're going to plug g of x into g. Now, we said that g of x was what? What was g of x? What do we know g of x is equal to?
9x minus 7.
Right, so g squared x just means g of 9x minus 7. So all it means is that you're going to plug the function into itself. So you're just going to plug 9x minus 7 into the function. So like anywhere you see x, we're going to write instead.
9x minus 7.
Yeah, because that's what's inside the brackets. So
Okay.
So you tell me now, what should I write here then? Following the exact instructions I just told me. So this is the
We
original form.
plug. Okay. We plug in the same 9x minus 7 of this.
You want me to write back 9x minus 7?
Yeah. But in bracket,
But tell me, instead of x inside the brackets, what we have? Instead of
9 and 7.
9x minus 7. So instead of writing x over here, what we should write?
9 minus 7.
9x minus 7. So the correct answer would have been 9, open bracket, 9x minus 7, close bracket, minus 7.
Okay. All right.
Let me explain why, right? What are we putting in into the function?
The same 9x minus 7.
Right. So anywhere you see x is supposed to write
9x minus 7.
right. So I scratch out the x and instead I put 9x minus 7. Right. So I'm multiplying it by 9. So 9x minus 7, and I'm taking away 7. I mean, if you understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So some way you get. If you expand that out.
So just guessing, right? For x, it'll be 81, or
Yeah, it will be 81x. Right.
so it'll be 81 plus 70, or
Wait, then
yeah.
now, what is, say we
Yeah,
multiply
so
9 by 9x. So 9 by 9 is 81x. Yeah or no? Tell me if you understand that.
yes, sir. We're gonna multiply everything the bracket by 9.
Right. So what is 9 by minus 7?
Negative 63, sir.
Right? And we have the negative 7 here. Right? So what is minus 63? Minus 7.
70, negative 70.
Right. So Dari, that was you that was talking. I think it's almost positive 70. So it's being negative.
Yeah, I know what's it. Yeah, I know what's it. I added.
Right? So here what? We should be prepared to do a bunch of function questions now. There we go. So let's answer all this question, shall we? Right. So in this question, they want us to find a composite function f squared x. Could somebody just remind me what f squared x means? It means that I'm what? What am I doing? What does f squared x mean? I didn't know that.
Yes, sir.
Anytime you see squared x, a way to just think about it like this. Think about it like you plug any function into itself. So,
Okay.
so this would just be f, open bracket, watch. That is what it means. It means, okay, if you see f squared x or g squared x or h squared x or whatever it is, you're just plugging the function into itself. So remind me, for this particular question, what was f of x?
3 minus 2x.
Yeah, 3 minus 2x. So I'm going to replace f of x with
3 minus 2x.
yep. So according to what you're seeing here, what am I replacing x with?
3 minus 2x.
Yes. So your answer would be f, one bracket, 3 minus 2x, and that would be equal to, remember, right? The original function was f of x is equal to 3 minus 2x, yeah? And that was the original function.
Yes, sir.
But over here now, anyway you see x, you're replacing that whole thing with,
Please, 3 minus 2x.
right? So you tell me what to write next, following this function.
We would put 3
Yeah?
open brackets.
Now take your time.
3 minus
Now, 3 minus 2, 3 minus 2, and then you multiply that by x. What are we replacing x with?
3 minus 2x.
All right, so now you open your bracket.
Also, okay.
So you're seeing that we're replacing the x with 3 minus 2x. Seeing that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so tell me what to write next.
Okay. So we will be multiplying.
Multiplying what?
We'll
We're multiplying
multiplying the 2.
the 3, we're multiplying 3 by, oh, the 3 is just over there. Oh, wait, tell me, do you think that we are multiplying 3 by anything? Or no?
I don't think so. I thought that we multiplying the 2.
No, you're not multiplying that 3 by anything, right? So you have a negative
Okay.
2 here, and it's outside of the so
So we go multiply negative 2 by 3.
and what would you get?
So we will get negative 6.
Right? And negative 2 by negative 2x's.
Negative, oh no, positive 4x.
Yep. And what's 3 minus 6?
Negative 3.
Right? That's the answer. Negative 3 plus 4x.
Okay.
So anytime you see f squared x, g squared x, whatever it is, that means you're just putting the function into itself. That's all.
Okay, sir. I think I have it there now.
Okay, nice. What about the rest of you guys?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Good. So guys, check this now. So now this is looking a little scary, and
Yeah.
how about the rest of you guys? Are they find out looking a little scary?
Yes, sir.
And is that one more question, so it must have a little trick end.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me show you how we're gonna do this, right? So what does this mean? By the way, the answer is minus 2. Eh? I just put it out there. The answer is minus 2. I will explain why. The answer is minus 2. What does this mean? This means f of f inverse minus 2. Now, guys, remind me, what does the inverse function do? What does the inverse function do?
It maps back y onto x.
Remember, guys, that's what the inverse function does, right? It maps y onto x. So, guys, f inverse minus 2. If you look at this, f inverse minus 2. Okay, they don't have the value here, but that's fine. That's fine. The point is, f inverse minus 2 is going to return an x value. And if you find f of that x value, you're going to get back minus 2. So just to make sure we fully understand it, I'm going to do the full working. But the answer is just minus 2. And why? That's because the inverse function and the regular function, they kind of cancel off. It just leaves you with minus 2. But let me show you the full working. So here, and remember what the inverse function was?
x minus 3 over minus 2.
Right? That's all it was, right? It was f inverse x. It was x minus 3 over minus 2 n's.
Yeah,
So we could put minus 2 into that. If I put minus 2 into the inverse function, what am I going to get?
minus 2 minus 3 over minus 2.
Right? And that would be
Minus 5 over minus 2.
right, which would just be 2.5, yeah?
Yeah,
So do you understand that the y value would be negative 2 and the x value would really be 2.5? Yeah?
yeah, sir.
And so watch this, right? Watch this carefully. What was f of x?
3 minus 2x.
Right, watch this, right? So if I put x, which we just found to be 2.5 in, it's going to be 3 minus 2. 3 minus 2 by 2.5. What is minus 2 by 2.5?
5, sir.
It's 3 minus 5.
Minus 2, sir.
So understand what happening, right? So Aaron and the rest of you guys, some of you all this might be real confusing. And if it's real confusing, just think of it like this. This is the regular function and this is the inverse function. They would cancel off to just give you back minus 2. Just think of it like that, right? It would just cancel off to give you back minus 2. If you want deeper understanding, this is what's actually happening. So Aaron, can we see that this is a composite function?
Yeah, sir.
So can you see that you're plugging in the inverse function into the regular function?
Yeah,
And we know that the inverse function takes in a what value?
it takes in a y value to put it on an x value.
Exactly, right? So according to this piece of information, we know that the y value is minus 2 and the x value is
2.5.
right. But here is the thing. And the next step, right? The next step would be to find f of the 2.5, right? Because f inverse of minus 2 is 2.5, yeah?
Yeah,
And the original function gonna take in a x value and get the y value.
yeah,
Yeah, and you know what the y value was from the start though? And you knew that the y value was minus 2.
yeah.
Yeah, so we really don't have to do any working, right? But if you did do the working, you see you get back negative 2. So let me explain what happening right here, right, Aaron? And for the those of
Mm-hmm.
want to understand this deeper, we have an inverse function here. The inverse function takes in a y value and it gives you an x value. So we found the y value, well, we know is minus 2, and the x value is 2.5. So the regular function now would take you from where to where?
Your regular function takes you from x to y, sir.
So where you return back.
Minus 2, sir.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the answer for this was just minus 2. I'll put a nice little explanation here, don't worry. You could think of this like how like the square root and the square function is cancel off, right? This would just cancel off because one is f and one is f inverse, and that would just leave you with minus 2. But if you want detailed explanation, this is what happening. So the inverse function, right? So f inverse x, right? It would take you from y to x. Aaron, that makes perfect sense here, right?
Yeah, sir.
We know that y is what? We know y is.
Negative 2, sir.
Yeah, we know that. And then when you find the inverse function, you're putting that back in into f of x. And when you put it back in into f of x, you're going to end up going from x to y again. And we're going to end up at in the end.
Um, 2.5. Oh, yeah, well, -2, sir.
Right. So you understand why I said the answer is -2?
Yeah.
Then have to do no work in here. Right? And let me show you some other examples. Let me just say you had G minus 1, 6. What do you think the answer would be?
6.
Right? If I had H minus 1, a million,
Million.
I just pay a million, right? And why? Because the inverse function undoes the regular function. And so we just end up with what's inside. It's real simple, real simple, real simple. So we okay with these functions questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, guys, let's do another question. Let me check out January 2025. All right, so who wants to do the functions question with me? Do I have any volunteers? So we officially finished with functions and now we're just doing past papers. Do I have any volunteers? Boy, guys.
So I'll do.
Okay, thank God. Right? Before I move on, right? Sometimes they might ask you questions like, they might be like, for what value of x? For what value of x is f of x undefined? Have you ever seen questions like this before?
Yes, sir.
Right. Let me explain it, right? Guys, can we divide something by 0? Like, let me show you something, right? Let me look at the fundamental concept of division. If I say 16 over 4, into asking you how much times 4 could go into 16?
Yes, sir.
How much times 4 could go into 16?
Oh,
Okay. How much times 0 could go into 16? How much zeros would it take you to make 16? Will any amount of zeros ever give you back 16?
No.
no. So it'll just be 0.
No, it would not be 0. No, it would not be 0. I think you're confusing it with like 0 over 16. That would be 0, because 16 could go into 0 0 times. But this does not make sense. All right? Think about it, right? If you're working for $0 every single day, at the end of this and at the end of 16 days, will you have any money?
No.
So, like, what I'm trying to say is this doesn't make any sense because no amount of zeros will ever make up 16. So that's why we say it's undefined, right? Because it doesn't have an answer. If you take the limits, it just approaches infinity. Fate, does that make sense? Do you understand why this is invalid?
Should I have a calculator?
Well, yeah. So once you try to that calculator and find out. Oh, yeah, try this. 16 over 0. And you get error, right? It's not legal. You cannot divide something by 0 because no amount of zeros will ever make up that number. Even if it's 1 over 0, guys, would any amount of zeros ever give you back 1?
No.
No, so that's undefined. That's not legal. Nah. So when I ask you, or if CXE asks you, for what value of x is a function undefined, it will be the value of x that makes the denominator what? What do you think?
Equal to 0.
Yeah, because guys, we can't divide by 0, right? So if they ask you a question like that, you will take the denominator and you'll put it equal to 0 and you'll solve it. Right? Put denominator equal to 0 and solve. So in this question, it will be x minus 1 is equal to 0. So x will be equal to 1. And you see how they said x can't be equal to 1. because at x is equal to 1, this function is undefined. Why? Because when x is 1, where's 1 minus 1?
0.
Can we divide by 0?
No.
No, we cannot. Danelle, did you know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right, calculate the value of f of minus 2. Guys, is this notation scaring anybody? Or like, all you understand what it means?
I understand.
All right, so that notation just means f of x is equal to 1 plus 3x all over x minus 1. So somebody was doing this with me. Let me continue. So tell me, what is these steps? What am I going to do next?
So you'll say f of -2
Right?
is equal to 1 plus 3 by -2 in brackets, yeah, over -2 minus 1.
Right. So all we did was we just replaced whatever x was with minus 2. That's all. So
Yeah.
whatever we have inside the brackets, you replace the x for that. So what is 3 by minus 2?
That will be -6.
Right? So if you're confused, well, again, you have positive 3 by negative 2. First things first, 3 by 2 is 6. A positive by a negative is a negative. So -6. Right? What is minus 2 minus 1?
-3.
Right? What is 1 minus 6?
-5.
Right? So you can end up with minus 5 over minus 3, which just works out to be which just works out to be 5 over 3. Let me know if you
Yeah.
guys understand this.
Yes, sir.
What about the rest of you guys? Is anybody confused as to how I got f of minus 2? Is anybody confused?
No, sir.
No?
That's
Okay.
what I get.
All right. Now they want us to determine a simplified expression for fg of x. So fg of x. Another way I could write fg of x is f and g of x in brackets. So if this is the case, guys, what am I going to plug into f of x?
G of x into f of x.
Exactly, because g of x is on the inside. So what was g of x?
5 minus x.
Right. So, you understand this? Because I know you say you didn't understand this. But so, you understand that fg of x just means that you put in g of x into f, and well, g of x is 5 minus x. So, yeah, it's well, substitute. Yeah, yeah. All right, so guys, I'm gonna follow confused. I'm gonna follow confused by this.
What's g of x? Ah, yes, sir.
Then now, let me know on a scale of 1 to 10, how confused are you? Like, if any.
Yes, sir, I understand.
So you understand that whatever is on the inside is what I'm putting in into the outer function.
Yes, sir.
I have g of x on the inside, so I'm just gonna plug that into f of x. So now, wherever I see x in f of x, what am I gonna write instead?
Um, 5 minus x, sir.
Yes, excellent. So remember, f of x, I want to finish this. I want to finish functions by 430, right? 430, we're gonna call it a day with functions, right? So f of x will be equal to 1 plus 3x all over x minus 1. Right, so guys, so now I was telling me, anywhere I see x, I can write what instead?
5 minus x.
All right, so I can write 1 plus 3 and then brackets,
5
5
minus x.
right? And in the denominator,
X minus 1.
what's x?
Oh, 5 minus 5 minus x.
Right, minus 1. So on top, we need to expand, right? So how can I expand that?
You by 15 minus 3x.
Yeah. So you're going to multiply everything by plus 3. So plus 3 by 5 is plus 15. And plus 3 by negative x is minus 3x. Right? And in the denominator, you see in 5 and negative 1. 5 minus 1 is 4. Right? So 4 minus x. What is 1 plus 15?
16.
16.
Right? So 16 minus 3x all over 4 minus x. Let me know if you guys understand that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Good. So let's move on. Derive an expression in terms of x for the inverse of f inverse x. So guys, this might be a little complicated. Remember when I told you all about cross multiplication? Yeah? I was saying something
Yes,
about
sir.
cross multiplication. And in the past classes, you would have learned how to use greatest common factor to factor out something. You need to use all of that now. All of that. Everything you learned now, gonna come into action. Right, guys, so that's what f of x is, right? F of x is equal to 1 plus 3x all over x minus 1. Cool. The first step, when you find any inverse, you can let f of x be equal to
Y.
right? So we're going to say y is equal to 1 plus 3x all over
X over
x minus 1, right? What's my next step?
Such the y and x.
Right, so what should I write next?
X is equal to 1 plus 3y over y minus 1.
I should probably write x as x over 1. X over 1.
Yeah.
X over 1. If I want to set it up to cross multiply. X over,
1. X over 1.
right? And then I'm going to cross multiply. So guys, be real careful how you're doing this, like real careful. So we're going to cross multiply. It don't matter how you cross multiply, right? I go in to do this first. So guys, you see how we have x over here? I'm going to multiply everything here by x. Every single thing by x. So somebody tell me. I'm going to multiply every single thing here by x. Tell me what to write here.
So it'll be xy minus x.
Yeah. Anybody confused by that?
No, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is equal to 1 plus 3y.
Right, because 1 by anything is itself, right? 1 by this whole thing, we just give it back 1 plus 3y. Right. Are you okay with everything so far? Let me know. Let me know, guys. Let me know.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right, so here we need to identify the y terms. Is there a y term on the left-hand side?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what about the rest of you guys? There's a y term. I'm seeing it. Could you all tell me
Yes.
what is the y term that's there?
XY.
Right. Is minus x a y term?
No.
No, does it belong here then?
No.
Yeah, move that across. Are you seeing a y term over there?
Yes.
What was the y term over here?
3y.
Does the 3y belong over here? No. If we want to find for y here, we want to move all the y terms to one side and all the other terms to the other side. So I'm going to take 3y and I'm going to move it across. So guys, tell me, I'm going to write back xy, right? Now I moved across the minus x. So the minus x is no longer there, but I move the 3y across. So if I move across 3y to this side, the positive 3y is going to turn to what? What is positive?
Minus
Right? Cool. I'm going to write back 1, and I remember I moved across minus x. If I move across the minus x, that's going to turn to what?
plus x.
Right? It's going to turn to plus x. Now, guys, this is where the greatest common factor comes into play. Are you all seeing a y term here and here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if I pull out the y, what am I going to write inside the brackets?
X minus 3.
Right? And that'll be equal to 1 plus x. Now, if I want to find for y, what would I have to divide by on both sides to cancel off to leave it with just y?
X minus 3. You have to divide it by x minus 3 on both sides.
Right. Right, so y would be equal to 1 plus x all over x minus 3. And so my final answer would be f inverse x right, is equal to 1 plus x all over x minus 3. This thing kind of tricky. This is not very easy. But whatever, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that, right? Because if you go to the way it's all right, what's going to happen, right? The one? If you move across a minus x, I'll be plus x, right? And then you're saying, well, divide by x, right? But I will still have a y term there. Last part. What you would do here? Yeah. You had to keep all the y terms on one side and all the numbers on the other side. So I want to let's take this down, take this working down. They like to bring this specific type of question where you have to use cross multiplication, factor out, then divide. So copy this down. So so then now, just looking at a little intimidating, it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So then now, see if you could walk me through the process. See if you could talk it out to me and explain the process. Hmm.
So I don't know if I could barely explain myself with inside. I don't know how to explain.
Okay, what? Copy this down and we'll do our question together, right? I'll find a question similar to this and we'll do it together. Right, Pete,
Okay.
I didn't hear from you in a long time. I know these kind of things will upset you.
Yeah, right here. No, it's not upsetting about.
Okay, good, you're good. You understood all the
Yeah.
okay, good. That's good to hear. I just remind my guys, the inverse function maps what onto what?
Y onto the X.
Yep. So guys, as soon as you have every single thing there copied down, let me know, right?
I have it.
What about the rest of you guys?
Yes, sir.
All right. Great. All right. All right, so there we go, right? Who wants to do this question? Actually, Danelle, you will help me, right? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Don't feel victimized. Um, feel happy, right? Yeah, because you get in practice. You need practice. So the first one should be cake, right? Anywhere I see X, I'm gonna write what?
2 minus 5x.
Uh, what we have inside of the brackets.
Oh, 4. Sorry, 4.
I want to write.
F is equal. F is is equal to
So whatever I have inside the brackets, you're gonna replace X with that.
okay. So F is equal to 2 minus 5 in bracket 4.
Yep, that's it. That's it. Right? 5 minus 5 by 4 is
-3, sir.
nah. I want you to forget about the signs for now, right? Forget about the signs and multiply it. What's 5 by 4?
20.
Right? So I'm gonna put 20, right? What's a negative by a positive?
A negative.
Right? So 2 minus 20. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
What's 2 minus 20?
Negative 18.
Yep. That's the answer. Negative 18. Right. How you feeling?
I feel much better.
Well, come. We have much more to do. Right? Um, H of 0. H of 0. What function do you think I'm going to use to find H of 0? F of X or H
I
of
come H of H
H,
of S.
H of X, right? So
Yeah.
H of X is equal to 5 to the power X, right? So I'm going to write what?
Override H. Override H.
So I promise it's not
But
hard.
that's in 0 day.
All you
Okay.
have, like all you're doing, wherever you see inside the bracket, you replace an X with that. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, so we'll put H um is equal to 5 to the power 0.
If that's it, anything to the power
Okay.
0 is not 0, in case you was thinking that. Anything to the power 0 is 1. 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Check it. 5 to the power 0 is 1.
Okay, so
Right? And the reason for that is because think of last year was 5. Okay, what's 5 to the power 1 over 5 to the power 1?
1.
Remind me, guys, um, from what we learned yesterday, if I have the same base and I'm dividing, what do I do with my powers? Does anybody remember? Anytime you're dividing, what do you do to your
Take
powers?
it away.
Right. So wouldn't this be 5 to the power 1 minus 1? Where's 1 minus?
Yes, sir. 0.
And what we know this answer is supposed to be.
0.
Now 1, watch. Remember, 5 over 5 is 1.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 to the power 0 is 1 because it's 5 over 5. 5 over 5 is 1. Yeah. So we know the answer is 1, right? We know the answer is 1. But watch. If you are the same base and you're dividing, you minus the powers. 1 minus 1 is 0. So that's why I'm saying 5 to the power 0 is 1. Because 5 to the power 0 really means 5 over 5. That's what it really means. Yeah. The more you know. Right? Cool. Right. Now, guys, how much of you guys tempted to actually it's real easy. It's real easy. You know. Um, tell me to know what is the outer function and what's the inner function here? What do you think is going
Outer function. The outer function is fh.
F, not H. F. The outer function is F and the inner function is
H.
H minus 2. So
Okay.
what this really means, this really means F of H minus 2. So we are plugging H minus 2 into what now?
I forget to.
No, don't worry, it's fine. You can figure it out, watch. In this example, I was plugging 4 into what?
Off to the x and m.
Yeah, I was plugging 4 into F of X, right? So
Yes, sir.
but here I plug in H minus 2 into what?
The x,
The F of X. The
the f of x.
outer function is F of X. And inside of it, I have H minus 2. So I'll plug in H minus 2 into F of X. Now, here what we're going to do, right? Before we move on, let's find what H minus 2 is. Now, if I want to find for H minus 2, which function do you think I'm going to use? H or F? So we have two functions, right? We have F and H. What would I do if I want to find H of minus 2? Promise is not no magic, like I promise it's real simple. Remember, whatever you have inside the brackets, you're gonna replace that, you're gonna replace X with that. So which function you think you're gonna use? F of X or H of X?
H of x.
Right? And anyway you see X, you're gonna write 1 instead.
5x.
Now 5X is the function, right? But what you have inside the brackets?
X.
You have minus
Oh,
2.
minus 2.
Yeah.
Minus 2.
Instead of writing 5 to the power X, what am I going to write?
Minus 2, sir.
Right. And 5 to the power minus 2 is 1 over 25. We can verify it with the calculator. So 5 to the power, then put minus 2, see 1 over 25. Right, so H of minus 2 is just 5 to the power minus 2, which is 1 over 25. Okay. You understand everything up to this point?
Yes, sir.
So tell me, right? Tell me now. Well, what do we know H of minus 2 is? What do we know H of minus 2 is?
1 over 25.
Right, so instead of writing H of minus 2 inside here, what can I write instead?
1 over 25.
Exactly. And do we know how to find F of 1 over 25? What function would I use for that? F of X or H of X?
H of x.
H of X? Nah.
Oh, f of x.
Right? F of X. Mm-hmm. Remind me, what was F of X?
2, sir. 2 minus 5x.
right? Right. And over here, what is inside the brackets instead?
1/25.
So what am I gonna write here?
1/25, sir.
Yeah, so you tell me what to write, the full thing. You tell me the full thing to write. So I'll write
1/25.
now. Don't forget, right? This entire thing is f of x. The entire thing is f of x. So all you will
Okay, so
whenever you see x,
2
yeah, tell me.
2 minus 5x.
Right. What are we replacing x with? What are we replacing x with?
2, sir.
Check it out.
5. Oh, 1/25.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. So let's plug that into our calculators and we get the answer. So 2 minus 5, open bracket 1/25. When you plug that in a calculator, you should get 9/5. Right? So the answer is 9/5. Do you all understand how I did this question? Guys, people in class.
Yes.
Okay. Faith, are you confused by anything that I did?
So you could just go over again how you got 9/5.
Oh, plug that into the calculator. Plug this into the calculator. But if you didn't want to plug this into the calculator, um, watch this, right? 5 into 5 is 1, 5 into 25 is 5. So that'll be minus 1/5. Right? And 2 is the same thing as 10/5. So 10 minus 1 is 9, 9/5. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't think I would have done that. So I think I probably would have just left it as 2 minus 1/5.
Which is fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, because minus 5 by 1/25 is 1/5. So Aaron, you understood everything I did here?
Yeah.
All right. So then now I see if the function's giving you real trouble. But like I said now, whatever you have inside the brackets, that all you're gonna do. All right, so watch the now. What you have inside this
So
bracket,
1/25.
right? And we had in this bracket.
X.
So we replace the next with
1/25.
right. And so you see how we have x here? Instead of writing x there, now we're gonna write 1/25. That's the basis of functions. Whatever you have inside the brackets, you just replace it. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Don't feel demotivated. Eh? You're trying, and that's the most important thing. You get it.
Yes, I'll just go write it down and I will do more practice because I think like just memorizing these steps something will help. So
So
I will
that
just do more practice in this.
wait, I'm not hearing you properly. So that again.
I say I will just I just had to practice plenty so I will get it.
Yes, just practice real plenty. And yeah, but we don't need to know. We still have more questions to do. You feel like I'm let go. Right?
Of
No,
course.
yeah, to master this thing. Come on, man. Come on. Right?
Yes, sir.
In part B, they want me to find the inverse, right? So guys, while I do this question on the board, well, you could do a bunch of functions questions, you know. You could do a bunch of function questions. This is January 2024. Right? So yeah. So now We want to find the inverse function. Remember the steps in finding the inverse?
I think so, sir.
So your first step was to let f of x be what?
Sorry, wait, sir?
Your first step was to say let f of x be what?
2 minus 5x.
No. Let me get back these steps here. These are these steps. So I'm going to let f of x be.
I'm not sure, sir.
All right,
And that'll be equal to us in that.
we're going to let f of x be y. So we're going to say y is equal to 2 minus 5x. Y is equal to 2 minus 5x. What's the next step?
Let's swap it, sir.
All right, so you tell me what to write in the next line.
Um, okay, so we swap in the y, sir.
So wherever I see y, write x instead. Wherever I see x, write y instead.
Okay, so it will be y is equal to
Now,
2 minus.
you're swapping the y and the x. So like, wherever I see a
Okay,
y,
so x could be equal to
right?
x could be equal to 2 minus 5 y.
Yes. Right? That's one.
Okay,
What's the next step?
make y the subject. So we go have to multiply 2 minus 5y could be over 2 minus 5y. No,
Nah,
no, no. It could be over 2 minus 5.
nah. All right. So here it is, right? Um, what is the x term? Sorry, what was the y term over there? We need to identify which one is the y term first. What is
5y.
minus 5y, right? So this is the y term. So the
Okay.
y term should be the only thing on the right-hand side. Everything else should be on the left-hand side. So can we both agree?
Oh, okay.
So we think I should do the two.
We had to solve that too, so we have a we will put it over okay.
Yeah, we'll put it over the equal sign, right? Because the only thing that should be on the right-hand side is the y term, minus 5y. So I'm going to move across that 2. If I move across that positive 2, it's going to turn to,
A negative.
I see, you tell me what to write. So it'll be x,
Negative minus 2.
right, equals to,
Negative 5y.
right. So right now, y is being multiplied by,
Negative 5.
right. So to find for y alone, you need to do the opposite. What is the opposite of multiplying by minus 5?
Divided.
Exactly. So I will divide both sides by minus 5. So now I can say y is equal to,
X minus 2 over negative 5.
right. And the very last step is to replace y with the inverse function notation. So you see f minus 1x, that's the inverse function notation. So you'll say f minus 1x, and that'll be equal to x minus 2 over minus 5. So that's the general procedure as to how you find the inverse function. So guys, let me know if you all understand this. Is everybody okay with the inverse function?
Yeah, sir.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, cool. Right. So then now let's do this question now. Part C.
Okay, sir.
So give us a read for me.
Given that f by x is equal to a plus bx, determine the value of a and b.
I saw a way to read that as f of x. F of f of x. That's the proper way to read it. So f of f of x. So
Okay.
so now I needed to understand that f of x just simply means of f of x. So we're putting f of x into f of x. So tell me, what is f of x? What was f of x?
2 minus 5, sir.
2 minus 5x, right? So I'm going to write, so we know f of x, we know that f of x is equal to 2 minus 5x. So I'm going to replace f of x with 2 minus 5x. Right. So from here to now, right? I'm ask that question. Instead of it being x inside our bracket, what is inside our bracket?
2 minus 5x.
Right. So anywhere I see x here, I'm going to replace x with
2 minus 5x.
right. So you're going to follow the function normally, right? But whenever you see a x, just remember x is 2 minus 5x. So you call out what I should write.
We're gonna put um 2 minus 5x.
2 minus 5, right? 2 minus
Open bracket.
open bracket.
2 minus 5x.
Yeah. And if you're confused,
Close bracket.
instead of x, we had 2 minus 5x. So wherever you see x, we just replace that with 2 minus 5x. Right? So now we need to expand this. So here we have minus 5 on the outside. We need to multiply every single thing by minus 5. So what's minus 5 by 2?
Negative 10.
Right? I'm going to multiply minus 5 by what next?
By minus 5. So we'll be positive 25.
Positive 25 what?
X.
Yep. And what's 2 minus 10?
Will be negative 8 plus 25x.
And that's it. That's the answer. But wait, we need to figure out what a and b is, right? So remember, at the start, they said that f of x, they told us that it would be in the form a plus bx. A plus bx. So I want you to look at the answer we got and see if you could figure out what a is and see if you could figure out what b is.
A would be negative 8
And b would be,
and B would be 25x.
nah, not 25x. Watch. B. How have you seen that? B is the coefficient of x, the number in front of x. See what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay, okay.
It's not the whole thing, right? Because B is the number that's in front of X. So 25 is the number in front of X. So B is 25. Right.
Okay.
All right. Nice. Feeling okay?
Yes, sir, I'm feeling much better.
That's good. That's good. So you see, if you're confused or like if you're struggling with something in maths, staying quiet is not the correct thing to do. Struggling is the correct thing to do. Struggling until you understand it, right? Motivational.
Yes, sir.
Same thing with life. If you want to be successful, you gotta real struggle. That's one thing maths teach me that you gotta go through it before you taste the rainbow. Or like you see the other side. You gotta real go through it. Because like
Just
what
trying to make me jump.
because when I do new concepts in maths for the first time, that's very scary looking. I just have it's a be a steep learning curve, right? It's be a steep learning curve. But once you understand, it's just like, yeah, no, it's easy. I don't know why I was struggling so much. It's fine,
Yes, sir, I have a first feeling with this.
right? And it's 9 marks. So yeah, guys, um, that is it for functions, right? You'll have any doubts about functions? Have anything you want to have any questions or you want me to do specifically in functions?
I
No,
think I'm
sir.
good too.
No, okay. The next part of functions is graphing, is doing graphs. So let me explain something, right? So the next thing we need to look at is we need to be able to plot points on a Cartesian plane. A Cartesian plane is just a fancy word for X and Y axis, right? Now, guys, when we are, right, so plotting points on so guys, first things first, right? A point is made up of a what? A point is made up of a what and a what value?
X and Y,
Right. And remind me, when you put an x value into a function, where does it get?
fx, into Y.
You get y. So like guys, um, functions, right? Functions, they give you put in an x and they get a y value out. And we also call this ordered pairs. It's also called an ordered pair, right? So you need to be able to plot points on a Cartesian plane. So here what? We are officially done with functions. The next thing we need to look at is plotting points on our graph, which will take us no time at all. We need to look at that. We need to look at coordinate geometry. That's going to take up the bulk of the time. And then linear programming, which is our extension of coordinate geometry and plotting graphs. Right? So I want to give all a break. We've been going since 12. So I'm giving all our break, right? And when we come back, we're gonna keep going. We might finish 12 o'clock. Right? We need to do the work. Right? All your exam is like just now. I can't be slacking off. Right? So yeah, guys.
Yes, sir.
I think our hour
Yes, sir.
or hour and a half.
Oh, and a half.
All right, so we're gonna come back at 6. Right? I was doing the maths in my head. Like I would do it like this, right? So like I would say in 4:30, add an hour, 5:30, add 30 minutes, 6. That's all the maths in my head. Okay, so at 6 o'clock, we're going to start back. Right? So I'm gonna end this meeting and I'll send back a link at 6, right, guys? And in the meantime, I'll send the notes as well. So yeah, guys.
Okay, sir.
See you all at 6 later.
Wait, that's it.